parts, components, and systems, contributing towards import substitution and ultimately export of high-value products. You are invited to participate in the electric mobility value chain either as a user or provider of value-added services in the ecosystem.
Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? And as we're playing the video, the man who started the journey with the Makerere University students also walked in. So welcome, Professor Tikodri Togboa from Kira Motors and Makerere University. Thank you very much for coming. I've also seen some of the users. I saw a gentleman from the Tondeka bus who are running those electric buses in Kampala. Might need to ask if all of you guys, because part of the thing that you'll do is also do some tourism, I think they should drive the buses here and give you a tour of Kampala so that you can have that experience of what is going on in that direction. As the minister walks in, thought he would have been here by now, but as the minister walks in, I was looking at some numbers of very ambitious targets that we have. Yeah, I think he's walking in. So join me to welcome the Honorable Minister of State for Energy. The Honorable Okasai Sidronius Opalot. You're most welcome, sir. I was looking at some numbers, and the targets are quite ambitious. In a short 3 years from now, Norway wants to have ended all internal combustion engines. That's their target. Uganda will follow 20 years later. After Norway, Uganda will follow 20 years later, about 2045. We want to be there. The minister is looking at me, and I hope we keep to the targets. And we arrive there when we need. But then, in a short about 8 years, you'll have an avalanche of countries trying to get there. So Denmark, Iceland, Ireland, Israel, Netherlands want to get there. But I also see on the list some of those countries accused of being the biggest emitters or polluters. I don't know which is nicer to say, biggest emitters or polluters, but they're also on the journey. And I also see some who want to get to net zero emissions, making pledges already to move towards that journey. But like I said, how do you strike the balance at the beginning? Let's go back to our program. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. The UN country representative, UNEP country representative, you're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, you're most welcome. We have many different people from representing very different and diverse entities. All of you are stakeholders in this discussion. And when we get to the first panel, which will be here, and then the breakout sessions, I'll expect that all of us will be engaging one another. And at the end of the day, we should be able to help the government of Uganda and the various partners come up with concrete policy proposals on how we need to frame the journey that takes us to where we want to go. So I'm going to request at this moment the UNDP country representative to come and address us. And after that, the minister will speak to us and we'll continue with the day's business. Thank you very much. Madam, as you come, your colleagues from SNV and German Embassy will also speak. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Dronios Okasai Opolot. I hope I did pronounce it well, Honorable Minister. Minister of State for Energy. The PS, Irene Babete, if she's here, Batebe, if she's here. Excellencies, heads of corporation, ambassadors, diplomatic corps, my colleagues from the UN who are here, private sector colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me simply say all protocols observed. Good morning once again. On behalf of the United Nations Development Program and indeed our larger United Nations family, let me say how delighted I am today and humbled to be part of this Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference, which is a key platform truly to discuss and reflect on mechanisms to promote efficient and rational utilization of energy, financing mechanisms, business models for e-mobility and energy efficiency. I wish to thank the organizers of this conference led by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And in a special way, let me commend the government of Uganda, especially His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for his strong leadership and support to a rapid shift to electric vehicles as a long-term solution to fossil fuel shocks and by extension also our conversations now on energy transition. And we, the United Nations Development Program and our United Nations family, are inspired by his strategic direction and pledge our support to Uganda's energy work and also industrialization agenda. Also, let me, as we watch that video this morning, let me also take the opportunity to appreciate the pioneers of e-mobility in Uganda and companies like Zembo and Borderwork and Chiria Motors Corporation. We are proud of you all and the leadership that you have shown and resilience and foresightedness over the months and the years. And I do hope that I'll take my first electronic vehicle here in Uganda very soon. I heard the moderator talking about, tourism and others. I think we should bask ourselves one of these days and really make noise about what Uganda is doing. I think it's quite subtle and we have to give visibility to the work that the country is doing. And I'm also equally pleased to know that this conference will also address the issue of industrial energy efficiency in furtherance of the third target of the Sustainable Development Goal, which seeks to double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency by 2030. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me shift my attention to provide some context for today's discussion and why this conversation is very important for us, and I know a number of the speakers will touch on that. But let me just try to capture a few points for our conversations today and moving forward. First of all, the transport sector, as you know, contributes approximately a quarter, 25% of all global energy-related greenhouse gas emissions owing to the combustion of fossil fuels, making it one of the largest sources of air pollution and contributor to climate change. In 2021, global emissions from the transport sector rebounded, growing by 8% as pandemic restrictions on movement were lifted. Now, according to the International Energy Agency, with anticipated growth in transport demand, following the net zero scenario requires transport sector emissions to fall by about 20% by 2030. Achieving this will depend on the rapid shift to electric mobility, efficient public transport, and adoption of energy efficiency measures. And I think these conversations are quite timely. As you know, in a few days' time, Uganda will also send a delegation to Sharm el-Sheikh, to Egypt, where we'll be discussing a number of things, including energy, and these issues will come back on the table. And energy mobility is particularly promising as we discuss the conversation around how do we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The 2022 World Energy Outlook released by the International Energy Agency on Wednesday, 26 October 2022, a few days ago, indicates that 1.6 million electric cars on the world's roads by 2021 are up from, sorry, let me take that again. The 2022 World Energy Outlook released by the International Energy Agency on Wednesday, 26 October 2022, indicates there are 1.6 million electric cars on the world's road by 2021, up from 120,000 electric cars sold worldwide in 2012. The 2022 World Energy Outlook projects that global electric vehicle sales will surpass 10 million in 2022. And so various policy options show that electric vehicles will account for over 25 to 35% of total new car sales by 2030. In other words, we are seeing a progression in terms of the electric cars that are on the market. But the question then is, how do we position ourselves as Uganda? And how do we take this forward much more strategically? The second reason why this conversation is important, beyond the conversations around reducing greenhouse gas emissions, is that Uganda's emergence as a leader in the African continent in the design and production of electric vehicles is strategic for Uganda's development, Vision 2040, the third National Development Plan, and indeed East Africa's and the wider Africa industrialization agenda, particularly within the context of the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement. And this is very important because, Honorable Minister, the industry is nascent here, but also the beauty about this conversation today and in this country is that you do have the Ministry of Energy, and you also have the same ministry also dealing with mineral development. And so the energies of the future, the lithiums of today, the copper of today, the nickels of today, the cobalts of today, which will power these electric vehicles, are with us. And therefore, how do we take advantage of these things much more strategically and build forward and backward linkages between the conversations around energy and the conversation around mineral development, and how we bring the two together. And from where I sit, I feel that if we don't bring the conversations together, 20, 30 years from now, we'll still be having a conversation where many African countries will be exporting a number of the things they have. Their lithiums will go away, their cobalts will go away, their copper will go away, and we come again to import the same things back again to our countries, exporting our wealth and importing poverty. That means that we have to begin to reflect much more strategically. If we are sitting on some of these minerals today, how do we use them strategically to power the energy of the future? So I stress the importance of positioning this conversation also within the context of manufacturing, within the context of our conversation on industrialization policy strategy, because industrialization is key for economic transformation, export revenues, job creation, poverty eradication, and rapid and sustained prosperity in developing countries like Uganda. And it's very important that as we have these conversations, we also engage much more strategically with the private sector in terms of taking this forward. So what am I saying? The reason why this conversation is important is for us to also build a connection between the conversation we are having on energy today and the conversations around minerals and mineral development, and how the two come together. The third reason why this conversation is very important, and I alluded to that earlier on, is the conversation that we're having today on the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement. This is an agreement that has been signed by African leaders, including our president here. And part of the conversation today is that Africa trades amongst itself 13.3% only, whereas other blocs in the world trade amongst themselves, importantly, more. Now, what am I saying? As we begin to have these conversations today, and as we begin to look at production and value chain processes and regional value chains, what is it that Uganda can do with Kenya, Uganda can do with Ghana, Uganda can do with Botswana, and where do we build those linkages in a way that we produce in the continent, we trade within the continent, but we also export collectively outside the continent? And I think it's quite important that we also reflect on this sort of regional approaches, regional value chain approaches, as we begin to talk electric vehicles, as we begin to talk energy efficiency, because part of that conversation within the Africa Free Trade Continental Area Agreement is also about these things that we are talking about. How do we work along value chains, looking at our lithium batteries and many other things that we are talking about? And finally, why this conversation is important, and again, I want to come back to, as a development agency and the largest one there is in the United Nations family, we have to come back to the core of the conversation around development, poverty eradication, pushing the sustainable development goals, and also looking at our own Vision 2040, the third National Development Plan, and others. Now, what does this mean for us if we're able to position ourselves as a country that is able to produce electric vehicles? It's also, by extension, talking about wealth creation, by extension, talking about jobs that we are creating, by extension, we are talking about the livelihoods of people. And again, we have to look at the connection so that we don't see this just as an energy or climate sort of conversation only, but also one that ties to the very core of development of this country. So what can we do? Having said that context, what can we do? What can we do? There's a lot that has been said already. The government is showing great leadership, and I just wanted to underscore 4 or 5 things that we can build on and we can consolidate some more. First of all, is the implementation of the nationally determined contributions, which is the NDC. As you know, Uganda submitted its NDC in September 2020. The NDC projects that the transport sector greenhouse gas emissions will more than double by 2030, with the energy and transport sector contributing 10.7% of total emissions. I'm happy to know that mitigation measures in the NDC include the shift to electric cars, road infrastructure development, electrification of the railway system, and transfer of oil through the oil pipeline instead of a road freight, amongst others. These measures also have the potential to contribute to the achievement of the 24.7 emission reduction target for Uganda. In other words, we must rally around the NDC implementation. And shifting to e-mobility has more economic benefits as we do that. Again, it will contribute to better energy security, lower cost of doing business, as it is much cheaper to travel with electric motorcycles, cars, buses, trains, than using some of the internal combustion engines. So again, NDC implementation. What more can we do? What more can we do? I think the policy dimensions are important, the enabling conditions are important, and I'm very delighted that UNDP is working with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to mobilize resources and both technical, institutional, financial, to support the development of an integrated energy resource master plan, and this also helps us to take that conversation forward. What more can we do? Again, I think, I'm sure some of the actors will talk about it. There are challenges to the adoption of energy efficient technologies, limited access to finance, lack of enabling policy, poor culture of regulatory enforcement, and many more. And I think what more we can do is to try and address some of these challenges and provide the right enabling conditions and incentives that will take this conversation forward. And finally, I think I was following the conversation around what the moderator was talking about, where you have one part of the world talking about, okay, let's do energy transition. At the same time, you also have increase in fossil fuels, and many private sector companies and governments quite making a lot of windfall now. So I think one of the things that we need to do as a country as well is how do we manage the energy transition and the conundrum that we are facing. On one hand, we have to be efficient. On the other hand, also, we have to get our oil out. We have to develop as a country, and that we cannot compromise. And therefore, how do we manage that conversation, and how do we manage that transition? I think bringing the two forward and making sure that those things are discussed in a very in a way that unites the conversation, I think, becomes very important. And I think finally, what I wanted to say is to bring visibility to what Uganda is doing. I think Uganda is doing a lot of great things. And yesterday, I was talking to the foreign minister, and I was saying, look, a lot of the things that we are doing here, the world does not do well. We have to get the conversation out and position Uganda as a leader in the region and in the world. So having said that, I just want to conclude with a few things, Honorable Minister, that we are doing as UNDP. I think in the past few years now, we have about 60 electric mobility projects under implementation globally. We have also established what we are calling a global moonshot facility, where we want to reduce our energy footprint in our own office here. We are also moving to start using some of our fleet and turning them into using new fleet, including electric cars. And these are some of the things that we are doing. We've supported the NDC that I talked about earlier on. We are supporting the Ministry of Health trying to get a lot more solar health systems, solar in the health system spaces. We are working with Mulago now, where we have done some fantastic experiment where we are retrofitting the kitchen from biomass now to electric stove, which is something that a number of partners are looking to upscaling, and as a result of that, the social tariffs have been introduced by your ministry, Honorable Minister, because of the work that we have done together. And we have also inspiring a lot of young people in Uganda through our Youth for Business facility, where we are saying that if you have ideas as a young Ugandan, how can we support you? And it's very interesting to see what they're coming out in the space of energy. So as I conclude, I would like to reiterate our appreciation, my personal appreciation to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for organizing this conference, and other partners for the commitment to support the government of Uganda in promoting energy access and this electric mobility drive. We look forward to informative discussions and very good deliberations here today. Once again, thank you very much.
Can we give another round of applause to the United Nations Development Program? Thank you very much. If I listened to everything you said, but there's a statement that I picked out that I just want to repeat. That 20, 30 years from now, we shouldn't be sitting in a conference like this and again discussing exporting our wealth and importing poverty. Did we miss that? And that is about harnessing the mineral wealth of this continent and this country to create development and the sustainable development goals. So thank you very much. May I ask a representative from SNV to make very, very short remarks, and then from GIZ. We have Wi-Fi. Password is SRM99800, and we're tweeting this discussion, this conference, on HEEEM22, him. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you, moderator. I will try my best to keep it very, very short. The Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the Commissioner of Energy Efficiency, the representative of UNDP, the representative of GIZ, representatives of ministries, departments, and agencies here present, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful as SNV to be among the stakeholders to be invited to be part of this energy efficiency electric mobility conference. We proudly associate with the conference, which is in line with our mission, values, and ambition. Maybe to talk a little bit about a few statistics around the context of energy efficiency, speaking mainly from the agriculture perspective. Close to 90% of the population of Uganda still cooks on open fires or inefficient cook stoves, causing significant health risks and damages to climate due to harmful emissions and deforestation. Including energy efficiency in the national planning process could increase energy access to 6 million rural customers and reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 10.6 million tons by 2030. I hope as we deliberate during this week, we can come up with solutions and options of how to get there. Agriculture contributes to 24% of Uganda's national gross domestic product, and Uganda's National Development Plan 3 aims to increase the rate of growth of agriculture sector from 3.8% to 7%. And focus is on agro-industrialization, increasing the competitiveness of agricultural production, and on agro-processing and value addition. Without an increased focus on energy efficiency, the goal to increase the agriculture sector contribution will be difficult. Yes, indeed, as we are trying to put more food on the table, ending poverty, ending hunger, the issue is how can we also ensure energy efficiency. Access to energy has increased from 15% in 2013 and to 28% in 2019. And this is below the average of the sub-Saharan Africa, which is around 42%. It is estimated that energy efficiency improvements can save up to 341 megawatts of on-grid meter level peak demand and additional 15 megawatts of off-grid demand. Energy use is a key cost driver in most businesses, social institutions, households, as well as a potential source of greenhouse gas emissions. Energy efficiency saves money, reduces carbon emissions, improves health, and reduces the country's dependence on foreign energy supplies. With different actors gathered here today, it attests a clear indication that we must address critical barriers that limit scaled adoption of energy efficiency technologies and practices. This includes the reliance on biomass energy, constrained transmission and distribution of infrastructure, and suboptimal energy efficiency, limited awareness, limited technology availability, perceived upfront costs, poor quality of products, limited knowledge and skills, as well as limited institutional coordination among key stakeholders in the space. This meeting presents us an opportunity to discuss some of these challenges and also to ensure that we get solutions. So I really trust that as we raise these issues, as we see them, as we implement as an organization working in the energy space, we will utilize this space to also bring in the ideas that we feel are working. As SNV, our mission is to strengthen the capacity and catalyze partnerships that transform the agri-food, energy, and water sectors, which enable sustainable and more equitable lives for all. And our contributions to the energy sector is to support the government of Uganda to attain targeted development and climate outcomes in the energy, water, and food systems. Honorable Minister, this includes support to the National Development Plan, the United Nations SDGs, the Paris Climate Agreement, the Uganda Energy Efficiency Roadmap, the updated NDCs for Uganda with key targets proposed for investments in increasing renewable energy and energy efficiency as mitigation pathways, among others. In our energy programming, we aim to contribute to increasing access to energy for cooking and lighting, access to productive use of energy, and we are doing this largely in the Western Uganda in the dairy sector, and increasing the adoption of energy efficiency among households and SMEs in Uganda. Access to energy efficiency technologies not only improves the lives, but also reduces energy related to greenhouse gas emissions. Based on the recognition of the need to scale advocacy and strengthen markets of energy efficiency in Uganda, we recently launched an inclusive markets to energy efficiency project, which is funded by the Embassy of Sweden, which is directly in line with the Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. We will speak about that during this conference. We will also seek ideas from other stakeholders so that at least we can be able to move forward. Our ambition within this project is to see increased adoption of energy efficiency services and products in the agriculture and built environment, and to enhance livelihoods and to increase resilience and competitiveness of SMEs. Within this project, we will reach several thousands of households. We will reach SMEs. We will work with social institutions to ensure that they are using efficient technologies and services. We will also capacitate energy-saving companies that will be strengthened to ensure energy efficiency within Uganda. Through this project, we aim to address key issues that will contribute to energy efficiency, and I just want to highlight them as we also want other stakeholders to rally around this. The first one is increasing demand for energy efficiency services and products within the country. We already saw some examples on electric mobility. To strengthen the supply of energy efficiency products to support SMEs and strengthening knowledge and coordination and policy environment. We have, Your Honorable Minister, a multi-stakeholder platform that is coordinated and headed by the Ministry of Energy. And we are going to work closely and bring different stakeholders to ensure that we are looking at the challenges that are basically affecting energy efficiency. I therefore invite all stakeholders to actively participate in these meetings, which will be held at various levels, at national as well as sub-national level. In conclusion, we therefore recognize the importance of embracing energy efficiency as a means of transforming energy markets and contributing to the broader goals of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular SDG 7. However, this requires strengthened institutional coordination, policies and programs that support our work in this area to ensure that we have a sustainable energy efficiency market within Uganda. I therefore reaffirm our commitment as SNV, Honorable Minister, to work closely with your ministry towards achieving these important goals. I wish you the very best in the discussions during this conference. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I just need to repeat the Wi-Fi password, SRM99800. SRM, I'll be Speak Resort Munyonyo 99800. And please tweet about this conference. The hashtag is EEEM, and that's capital letters, 22. Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference 22. So EEEM 22. That's the hashtag for this conference, and you can tweet. Can I have brief remarks from GIZ, the German Embassy?
Thank you so much, Moderator, and good to see you, State Minister, again. I think the last time we met was during the GIS conference. I'm always delighted how the leadership that the ministry is giving in various fronts, including the innovation that the country is heading to. So good to see you, Honorable Minister. The Permanent Secretary here, represented by Director Cecilia Menya, thank you so much for joining us here. Fellow development partners, UNDP, SNV, both of whom we work closely together in various activities, both in the energy and climate sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm going to speak very briefly, so it won't be too long, Moderator, so I'll take about 5 minutes or so. I'm speaking on behalf of the German Embassy, which has been working very closely with the Ugandan government for many years, as well as GIZ, which has been a partner to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, as well as other ministries in the country. So you are all very much welcome to this event, which is organized by our partner, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And it is a timely conference. Why do I say that? I think the UNDP country rep also mentioned in a few weeks, global leaders will be assembling in Egypt to discuss about literally the same thing. So as we speak here, I know that our Honorable Minister and also the delegation that will be traveling to Egypt will be taking the same message to Egypt to say, in Uganda, we're making it happen. So I'm also very delighted to be here as a participant, as a stakeholder, but also as a partner to the government of Uganda, and the fact that we've chosen e-mobility as one of the key topics, one of the innovative topics that we need to drive forward. The relevance of this topic cannot be overemphasized, because if you look at the present day, again, the colleagues from SNV and UNDP have mentioned it, the context of climate change and disruptions in global supply chains are affecting literally all sectors, but in particular the transport sector, urban planning, sustainable economic development, and many others that you can name. It has been discussed frequently in various gatherings that all of us have attended to. Lately, you've seen our own head of state, His Excellency the President, has also declared this topic as a core topic for the government of Uganda, something that is extremely interesting for all of us. I would, however, like to reiterate Uganda's potential in this sector. Again, this has been mentioned a lot. We are facing the opportunity to tap into the country's extensive renewable energies resources that are enormous in all respects in this country. And in particular, we're seeing a lot of green jobs. I mean, job creation, reducing costs of public transport, reducing pollution in our cities, not only in Kampala, but also other cities, among many other aspects. The potential for economic development and green transformation of the country has been recognized and has gathered momentum and also interest in everything that, literally every sector that we're working in. Uganda is working on approaches of innovative, and this is something that I think we will be hearing again and again the whole day today, that those innovative, climate-neutral mobility solutions that Uganda has put in place. I mean, you've seen the videos that were played here, both one that is supported by GIZ closely with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, but also the government of Uganda work with Kira Motors. I think this just shows you a lot of climate-neutral innovations and mobility solutions that the country is putting in place. We also delighted that the private sector is also tagging along. I mean, in the audience here, we have quite a number of private sector pioneers who are developing models that combine data-based mobility analysis, emission reduction, and income-generating borders, two-wheeler models, thereby promoting sustainable means of e-mobility. However, to be able to achieve all this, skills development would be paramount. So we need a supply of qualified workers, expertise in the development and implementation of regulation, because for this to happen, there needs to be regulatory environment, there needs to be policies that can ensure that the private sector can be able to operate, as well as the operational management of all this smart urban mobility infrastructure. In short, we need a strategy for e-mobility. So GIZ is honored to be in a position to support not only the government, but also the private sector, some of whom are seated in this room, for their aspirations to holistically support and develop the e-mobility sector. So we see potential for continued joint activities in the areas such as promotion of transformation of e-mobility through development of regulatory framework, as well as contributing to economic development of, in particular, green jobs through skills and expertise development. As of now, we have three, let's say, projects that I would just mention to you. Some of them you might have heard already. At the moment, GIZ is engaged in a pilot project to support charging infrastructure. I think you've seen it, the corridor between Masaka and Kampala that was supported by GIZ closely with the Ministry of Energy, in cooperation with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and also Zembo. I'm sure they're also in the room here. The objective of that project was to pilot, and this is one thing that as GIZ we're glad. I mean, we piloted it and we're seeing the fruits of this pilot that we started together with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. So the objective of this project was to pilot e-mobility outside Kampala in a suburban environment, and we are still accumulating, and that is quite important. We are collecting data for this project to be able to present also in other audiences on what exactly that means. At the moment, together with our GIZ E4D, I guess the E4D colleagues are also in the room here working a lot on green jobs also in the country. We are launching a project, I think this will be also announced later on, the project developing relevant and innovative vocational skills for e-mobility. In short, DRIVE, I think I've seen it, the logo being here. This one, again, is in cooperation with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, but also the Board of VEAC, I think they're also in the room here, which aims at addressing skills in the sector. As mentioned to you, skills will be paramount for us to move forward the sector, the e-mobility sector. Finally, on a global level, GIZ is establishing additional interventions to support sustainable urban transport development through our project. In short, it is TUMI, but this is Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative under the GIZ Global Initiative. This particular intervention focuses mainly on e-buses in the urban setting with the aim of accelerating implementation of sustainable urban transport development and mitigating climate change. Now, we definitely, what we do as GIZ is we don't just preach wine and take water, or the other way around, as you might put it. Within our country office in some of you might have visited it in Nakasero, we've already put in place a system, and we are hoping that some of the first vehicles, e-vehicles that will be in the country could also pass by our GIZ offices to charge their cars. So we are hopefully going to pilot this soon. We're also going to procure, yeah, that is a clap, thank you. We're also going to hopefully very soon pioneer some of the fleet cars, and I'm happy that UNDP country rep also mentioned this is something that UNDP are going to look into. As GIZ, we're already in discussions to have some of our cars, some of our e-vehicles, Honorable Minister, so there will be a lot of examples to show here. So we will be happy when cars will be driving through our GIZ compound, and Your Excellency, our country director will be very happy to also see you come by to see the charging plant that is there. Finally, the opportunities are immense in the country, and this is something that from the GIZ side, but largely from the German embassy here, having worked closely with the government of Uganda. This is a topic that we are going to work constantly with you. We are hoping that many other partners will also join ship. We have SNV, UNDP, and many others who are also not in the room. So we can only commit that we're going to continue working with you on this topic. So thank you so much for your attention, and also wishing all of you an engaging, informative, and productive workshop. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you join me to give a big round of applause, starting with I was starting and the minister walked in, so we'll redo that. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome. So join me to give a big round of applause to the UN resident representative, Elsie Atefa, who spoke to us earlier. Join me to give a big round of applause to Ms. Pomolo Maposa from SNV. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And last but not least, to Mr. David Otieno, who has spoken to us from GIZ. Thank you very much. At this moment, I'm going to invite the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Energy to come and speak to us, and then we'll have the Minister speak to us. The Madame Batebe, you're most welcome. Please speak to us. And invite the Minister after you've spoken.
Thank you, Moderator. The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Minister of State for Energy, government officials present, CEOs of energy agencies, representatives of our development partners, representatives of the private sector, distinguished participants, the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Engineer Cecilia Menya, the Director of Energy Resources Development, representing the Permanent Secretary, Madame Irene Batebe. On behalf of my peers, I would like to welcome you all here today as we launch this year's Energy and Minerals Week. In a special way, I would like to thank our development partners for the tremendous support you've given to the development of our energy sector, and specifically towards the organization of this conference and the Energy and Minerals Week as a whole. Our theme for this year for the Energy Week is Energy and Minerals for Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Recovery. That is our theme for this year. We are also gathered here today to hold the energy efficiency and electric as one of the events of the week. Every year, the ministry organizes this Energy and Minerals Week, and mainly to provide a platform for creating awareness on various aspects relating to energy and minerals, a platform for issue-based dialogue and engagement among stakeholders and partners, and also for reflecting on strategies, policies, legal and regulatory issues relating to energy and minerals in the country through dialogue and exhibition. Yeah, so the Energy and Minerals Week is awareness-centered with the aim of encouraging the sustainable utilization of energy and minerals in our country, and it has been held annually for the past 17 years. And over the years, we have seen benefits come out of it, many of which we shall be sharing with you over this week as we proceed. My role today is very simple. It's to invite the Minister of State for Energy to address us on the policy guidance of energy efficiency and e-mobility. However, before I do that, I would like you to allow me to talk about the role of government in delivering energy efficiency. Energy resources, as biomass, petroleum, and electricity, are becoming increasingly scarce and generally expensive. So it is important that we ensure that all the valuable energy resources that we have are utilized as efficiently as possible. The promotion of energy utilization of energy, the promotion of efficient utilization of energy in Uganda requires an appropriate institutional framework which would ensure efficient and rational utilization of energy in all sectors. For example, regulating the consumption of energy in the industrial sector to reduce energy demand and in turn save government from investing in additional generation capacity to meet the growing demand. Also, enforcement of minimum energy performance standards to eliminate substandard products and advanced energy efficiency appliances, and also support market transformation, promote clean energy fuels and vehicles in the transport sector, and promoting energy efficiency in buildings. Honorable ministers and conference participants, I wish to highlight that the ministry is prioritizing putting in place a conducive policy and regulatory framework to promote energy efficiency and conservation. The energy policy of Uganda has been reviewed and will be submitted to Cabinet for approval this financial year. Within this energy policy, energy efficiency has been identified amongst the priority objectives for the new policy. And furthermore, the ministry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and in consultation with other stakeholders, has drafted the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill. This is to be presented to Cabinet alongside the Energy Policy of Uganda. The bill is going to address the issue of inefficient utilization of energy in Uganda, which has led to rising cost of energy, energy waste and environment degradation, and continued use of inefficient appliances on the market. The energy efficiency rewards action. Countries that really pushed on energy efficiency over the last few decades now see lower consumer costs, lower fuel imports, and lower emissions. Existing energy efficiency policy frameworks can be the launch pad for the first action, especially because plenty of efficiency potential is ready to be captured. With these tools available to effect energy efficiency improvements in the various sectors of the economy, government is ready to tap into the energy efficiency potential. The barriers to energy efficiency can be broken by increasing awareness of our population on the benefits of energy efficiency. In the past, we have established partnerships with the different stakeholders, including Eskom Uganda Limited, Uganda Cleaner Production Center, and development partners in the area of awareness creation. The ministry is taking a lead role in the promotion of electric mobility through ensuring provision of sustainable and reliable electricity. This will be further achieved with a project of electric vehicle charging infrastructure ecosystem. His Excellency, the President of Uganda, met the e-mobility stakeholders in September 2022 and highlighted the role of energy in this nascent area. And the two key areas that came out is the need for electric vehicles to utilize the clean energy, and the need to promote local minerals for the production of batteries from lithium and steel from Uganda's high-grade local iron ore resources. It is important, therefore, that roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders are clearly identified for us to achieve the targets of electric mobility in Uganda. I wish to thank our partners, who include the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Electricity Regulatory Authority, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the National Environment Management Authority, Chira Motors Corporation, and the private sector. As I conclude, I would like to once again thank our partners who have supported the ministry to hold today's conference, these including SNV, GIZ, and UNDP. We've already heard from them. We thank you for your support. SNV are our new partners in the energy efficient sector, and last week we launched the Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency in Uganda project that we shall be implementing together. With those remarks, it's now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Okasai Opolot, to address the conference. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovations, the UNDP representative, Elsie Atifa, okay. Technical persons, I wish to recognize all of you in your various capacities. I'm not very good in protocol, but I recognize all of you. There are a few words which I've actually caught right from the time I came in. The first one is, this week is for awareness. And this is very important. The launch was done about a month ago of what we are doing here. And today we are actually starting a series of awareness meetings, which I expect will give us a clear roadmap on how we can improve on efficiency and e-mobility. That is for today. But there are going to be a series of other workshops which are going to follow this. I have a written speech, but I will want to start with something which is personal. I'm just coming back from where I've been attending an international meeting. I arrived this morning. And the talk is, we're at crossroads at this time in energy. There are energy shortages across the globe. There is conservation of our environment. We also have to reduce carbon emissions. And how do we get through these crossroads that we are in? When we are in international workshops, we pride ourselves of Uganda being rich in green energy. But we get into more crossroads as a country because we're also starting to produce petroleum. So which way are we going? We have got to trade and make sure that we balance these two. At international fora, we pride mainly on green energy. We have our high potential in the various sources of energy. We have hydro, we have geothermal, we have the sun, and we are thinking of getting into nuclear energy generation. And that's the meeting I was in. And we have got to start actually trading a conversation that promotes all those various sources of energy that we have. And then the question to Ugandans, what do we do about our discovery of oil? And this is where we have got to think about it. In the various fora, we say, yes, we have it, and we have got to exploit it, but turn it into clean energy. How do we do that? There are various products that we can get out of petroleum. And if we can exploit those various products from petroleum and trade in them, maybe we shall be able to actually harness the two. We have the minerals, and I would appreciate the policy of government, where we have said we shall not export our minerals raw. We have got to add value. And this is in tandem with what the UN DP representative said here. We should not sell these minerals raw. Let's add value to them. And this will enable us to get faster into clean energy resources. I wish to appreciate the presence of the Minister for Science, Technology, and Innovations. She's going to be a partner with the Ministry of Energy in various aspects. We are getting into nuclear, and I'm looking at the Minister of Science and Technology and Innovations as my key partner. How do we move towards nuclear, building our first nuclear plant by 2031? She's going to be critical. We have got to start that conversation now. We have got to amend the Atomic Energy Act that we have to be able to get into where we want to go. E-mobility, we are going to be, again, working closely. How do we get this on board? So, Honorable Minister, I'm going to be a regular occurrence in your office, and please don't get fed up of me, because without you, I cannot move. I also wish to recognize the partnership that we are going to have with Ministry of Water and environment. It is going to be a critical pattern again, because if we are to continue generating electricity through hydro, I need to conserve the environment. I need to keep stable the rainfall in this country to be able to generate power. I will also need them in the various endeavors providing environmental assurance to make me move properly, or otherwise I will be at crossroads with them also. So I wish to recognize them and announce before I even read the written speech that I will again be close to them. I will wish to appreciate the partners. UNDP, you are doing a lot. GIZ, SNV, and all of you, by your appearing here and sparing your time to be here, I don't take it for granted. I wish to appreciate all of you. You are going to be my partners in the crisis that we are in the energy. When I call you, please come again, because I will need you to enable this country move forward, be it in minerals, be it in petroleum, and be it in our various sources of energy. Those which are green energy would be our priority. I wish now to turn to the written speech. The first few words are my personal, and I take responsibility. The speech is the ministry's responsibility, the written one. So I now turn to a speech. I'm delighted to be here today to deliver this keynote speech on the occasion of Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. This conference is one of the events of this year's Energy and Minerals Week, whose theme is Energy and Mineral for Sustainable Industrialization and Economic Recovery. We are gathered here during annual Energy and Minerals Week to reflect on the strategies, policies, legal and regulatory issues relating to energy and minerals in our country through a dialogue and exhibition. It is an awareness-centered week aimed at encouraging the sustainable utilization of energy and minerals in our country, and it has been held annually for the last 17 years. This conference has been organized to dialogue on issues of efficient utilization of energy, as well as electric mobility uptake in Uganda. And it is indeed timely, as the world and Uganda are facing a number of challenges, some of which I highlighted. From the energy efficiency perspective, inefficiency in utilization of energy can result into 1, high cost of energy systems and services, 2, high dependence on imported energy, and 3, dangers of environmental degradation in our country. From the electricity mobility perspective, it is understood world over that the following have been experienced in reality. 1, rising cost of petroleum products. 2, rise in carbon dioxide emissions leading to increased air pollution and global warming. The Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference 2022 presents a two-themed far-reaching transformation discussions on policy and market development strategies on energy efficiency and electric mobility and technologies and the market access. Energy efficiency is first, fuel availability for clean and sustainable energy future and reduced environmental energy related impacts, Energy efficiency saves money, reduces carbon emissions, improves health, and reduces the country's dependence on foreign energy supplies. Today's conference should therefore have outcomes that government should support through pilot demonstrations for emerging areas and scaling up. The government of Uganda is committed to improving the framework conditions for the efficient utilization of energy. Aware that we consume energy in the form of electricity for lighting and powering appliances, fuels such as petrol and diesel for transport, firewood, gas, and charcoal for cooking, my ministry is determined to ensure that there is universal access to affordable and reliable energy while protecting and conserving our environment. The benefits of efficient utilization of energy are much more than we can imagine. Take, for instance, the road traffic congestion, which manifests through traffic jams, signifies inefficient transport systems. In Uganda, road transport accounts for 90% of passenger traffic, yet we drive less efficient, high carbon emitting vehicles. The rapidly growing consumption of fossil fuels due to increase in vehicle ownership in the country is changing Uganda's carbon dioxide trajectory in the transport sector. On the other hand, industrialization and urbanization with less attention to the net zero energy ecosystem has reduced into rapid depletion of our vulnerable energy resources such as biomass. I can authoritatively tell you that energy efficiency measures present a strong business case to save costs, improve competitiveness, overall productivity, and development of new businesses. Indeed, it is more economical to incorporate improved energy efficiency measures at initial development stage of any feasibility than to retrofit at a later stage. Investing in energy efficiency has the potential to meet growing energy demands. My ministry is promoting efficient and rational utilization of energy in all sectors of the economy with the aim of easing the burden of energy cost on the economy and the environment. The initiatives are aligned to the Sustainable Energy Development Program of the NDP3, within which it is aligned with Objective 4, promoting utilization of energy efficient practices and technologies. The government of Uganda, through my ministry, has developed policies, laws, regulations such as Energy Policy, Electricity Act, Electricity Connection Policy, Biofuels Act, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill, which you are preparing to get into Parliament, the Nuclear Energy Bill, which we are soon presenting also to Cabinet, Oil and Gas Policy to support the promotion of energy efficient and electricity mobility. Energy efficiency initiatives implemented by government of Uganda to date include energy efficiency, efficient lighting, efficient cook stoves, energy efficient motors, minimum energy performance standards, energy management systems in line with ISO 50001 standards series. The ministry launched the use of energy management systems that's in accordance with ISO 50001 standards among industrialists in 2017. This standard specifies the requirement for energy management focusing on improving energy performance. In 2018, 18 lead experts were trained to support industrialists in the implementation and setting up energy management systems among industrial facilities. We have also promoted energy efficiency in transport. There is little documented about the current policy interventions being implemented to promote fuel efficiency in Uganda. Baseline survey that was conducted by the ministry on vehicle fuel efficiency revealed that the current transportation fleet is characterized by poor fuel efficiency of vehicles, demonstrated through fuel efficiency rating, fuel consumption of currently used motor vehicles on the road, which can only achieve 13.73 liters per 100 kilometers, as compared to the global average of 5.1 liters for 100 kilometers and 7.2 liters per 100 kilometers for passenger and light commercial vehicles, respectively. Notwithstanding this reality, a shift to electric vehicles that has been championed by our own Kera Motors Corporation has proven beyond doubt that it is cheaper to use electric vehicles than fuel-based vehicles. In order to provide for electric charging of electric vehicles, my ministry has embarked on developing a framework for setting up electric vehicles charging stations. We are cognizant of the fact that access to electricity and affordability of electric vehicles charging infrastructure are two major barriers for electric vehicle adoption. The development of electric vehicles cannot be separated from the charging infrastructure. There are challenges in the initial phase of electric vehicles development, and the low uptake of electric vehicles often hinders the investment enthusiasm of investors for charging infrastructure and vice versa, making them drop into a chicken and egg dilemma. To resolve this problem, a comprehensive planning scheme for EV charging ecosystem is therefore necessary and critical. The ministry is therefore working with the key stakeholders to, 1, develop a feasibility study for EV charging ecosystem. 2, design and develop a roadmap for a smart, scalable, and replicable EV charging business propositions. 3, provide policy and technical guidance on how e-charging ecosystem can be developed and rolled out in a technically and commercially feasible manner. 4, explore the EV charging market opportunities in Uganda for both local and international companies. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to thank our partners, the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda, Uganda Manufacturers Association, as well as our sponsors, SNV, GIZ, and UNDP, for the support in ensuring that this event comes to a reality. GIZ have been our partners in ensuring Ugandans efficiently utilize energy since 1999, and they have continued that way to date. SNV are our new partners, and we are implementing the inclusive markets for energy efficiency in Uganda and I will repeat this. SNV are our new partners, and we are implementing the inclusive markets for energy efficiency in Uganda project together, and she pointed out. I would also wish to thank all for responding to the ministry's invitation to participate in today's conference and call upon you to build on this for further engagement in the various platforms that we shall participate in. I wish to end my speech here, but I have something to perform. I'm told that we are going to launch a project. And if the project is ready for launching, before I wind up my speech, I would actually proceed to launch the project. As they are preparing for the launch, I'm so delighted to actually see the faces that I've been seeing masked. I can now recognize all of you, and I guess you can also recognize me. But I'm informed COVID is still around. So I will allow this to be mentioned by my colleague, Honorable Minister for Science, Technology and Innovations. While we removed our masks, let's remember COVID is still in the air. And then for Uganda, we also have to take care of Ebola. I had to be taken for questioning when I landed in the US because of Ebola. So let's recognize that we also have Ebola. And I was reading on the social network, there is another hemorrhagic fever which has been detected in Soroti. So we have also to take care about that hemorrhagic fever. So as we open the masks, let's be careful. So I can see we are now ready. I'll get back to my speech. It is now my pleasure to launch the training program on electric mobility. You will agree with me that we must address the skills development gap in that area. The training program is supported through the Drive E project, vocational skills for e-mobility. Its aims are to support the improvement of skilling and employability in the e-mobility sector, as well as the accelerated transition to electric mobility in the transport sector in Uganda. The project targets young individuals with prior work experience in 3 sectors. 1, business operations, 2, motorcycle operations, and 3, motorcycle repair services. This project will be implemented by Borderwork International in cooperation with the Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development, with funding from the German Federal Ministry for Economic Development and Cooperation, BMZ, and NORAC through GIZ. I thank you for your attention as I come to sign the launch of the project. And I will request the Honorable Minister UNDP representative, GIZ representative, and SNV to actually join me to sign. But I expect all of you to come and put your signatures to actually show that you participated in this activity. So I thank you very much as I come down to sign.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and thank you for doing, for inviting the partners to come and join you in the signing. So we have UNDP, a resident representative, joining and signing. We have the Honorable Minister, Dr. Monica Musenero, who will be speaking to us shortly. We have SNV, we have GIZ and the German Embassy. And like the Minister said, all of us should put our signature. All of you should put your signature somewhere or on that board. We take photos. The representative of the permanent secretary from the ministry. Professor Togbo, I can see you should come and sign on this, on that board. Border work, Zembo, the National Bureau of Standards, CREEC, ERA, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we're financing partners in here. Come and join and then put your signature somewhere. The board will continue to be available for anyone else who would like to come and put their signature. I may not have all the names of the participants or the organizations or the institutions you represent, but please feel free to come and put your signature. As we do the signing, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the Honorable Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, to come and address us. Thank you.
Thank you, but I don't know how I will speak when people with all this. Allow me also remove my mask. Sorry, I'm not like my colleague there, Honorable Kasai. I'm a minister who makes presentations. So I have a presentation to make. I don't have a paper to read. So kindly help me put my slides. My PA is there with a laptop. The Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Kasai, the UNDP representative, SNV, and all other partners present, the members of the Ministry of Energy, and all other partner institutions. I see my Chief we compete for roles. I took over his job. He was chief absorber. I don't know whether you are still chief absorber. Yes, so Professor, the executive chair of Chira Motors, and all the partners who are around and have come for this meeting. I want to first appreciate the opportunity. I apologize for coming late. I was supposed to be here at 9 and I was caught up a little bit, but hopefully we will be able to quickly go through the presentation. Start from the first slide, please. Okay. So my presentation and the topic I was invited to talk about was Uganda's roadmap to transition to e-mobility. But before I go into it, as the Honorable Kasai was presenting, I was asking myself, did the physics change? Because I was told that energy is neither created nor lost, but is transformed from one form to another. So why are we in an energy crisis? Did the physics change? Engineers. Oh, you didn't tell us the whole truth. Because if that principle is still correct, then it is us playing the wrong cards. No, because we are afraid, we're saying we are running out of energy. There is something we are not doing right. That's because if all the energy in the universe is still within the universe, then we should do, it is neither getting lost nor more is coming in. It is us now to harness that particular principle and come up with sustainable energy. Okay, now let's move. I am going to deal first with a few fundamentals. In other words, I'm going to try and disturb you. I'm going to try and disturb your thinking before I go into e-mobility. So we're going to address a few fundamentals. First, next slide, please. Can you just move that, the video play? I hope we can get the sound. It seems we're not getting the sound. This is a clip from the presentation by the president at Makere's 100-year celebration. Are we able to get the sound? It's less than a minute. Okay, we'll come back to it. Let's not move to the next one. Next. The sound is not able to come through. So I first want to talk about what the president was talking about was the role of science and its importance in every nation. In the first clip, he was saying that if you don't prioritize science, because the statement I have made is a scientific statement, energy is neither created nor. So it's our responsibility to harness all the ingredients in that simple principle, and that is science, to digest it and apply it. And in the second clip, we are saying you either develop science or you will disappear as a people. And he was giving the example. During that speech, I was there. First, he talked about the Aborigines in Australia. They didn't develop science, they disappeared. Other people live in their land now. He also talked about the Americans. If we don't develop science as Uganda, we can easily disappear. Because if the effects of climate change happen on us,
and we are not ready. I was in the village, and this is October, and famine has already started. How are you going to carry the population through? We will disappear. And this is the demographics. Estimated, it may not be accurate now, but definitely it shows that we have been caught on the wrong footing with climate change. We've been caught unprepared. This was a time when we were supposed to have our demographic dividend, but everything has been disrupted. And so, how do you create jobs for all these people, for them to have a meaningful existence? And it has not been that we have been all seated there. We have all been working very hard every day. But there seems to be something that we need to change. Next slide. I'll skip that. Now, Uganda, in everything that we are talking about, Uganda has a vision. The vision is for us to have a transformed nation. Do you have a mobile? I feel so restricted. Do you have a mobile microphone? A transformed Ugandan society, from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. 30 years is coming in 2040, and we have how many years left to reach there? So all the things which are happening, the climate change, the transitions, and everything which is happening against this background. And now it's time for us to make up our minds. Are we still going to pursue that vision, or are we stopping? Hello? Okay, thank you very much. I feel better. I feel better. I feel so lost behind all of me. Just a bit vertically challenged. I'm not short. So we have a dream. And thank God for our partners who have been here with us. And we have a dream of transforming this society. Come rain or shine. I hope the ministry and all of you as the engineers, we all have that dream. And we are not letting go of that dream. So everything we are undertaking must be to catalyze access, to accelerate us to reach this dream. Next slide. And the biggest thing that we want to do in that transformation is to transform our people from subsistence, primary production, to value-added knowledge base. And that requires organized energy. We have energy. The villagers have energy. If you combine all the ATP in the people who are moving around, there is energy. But the energy is not organized. It is not channeled. So the energy that Honorable Kasai gives us is the organized energy. So in order for us to transform the people, the population, and you can see they are beginning to get restless. They are tired of being in subsistence primary production. And they want to participate in the value-added knowledge-based productivity. Are we going to give this up, or are we going to accelerate it during the transition in energy use? Next slide. These are the baselines in 2010, where really the economy and the entire population is almost in primary production, subsistence. And to the other side is where we want to be in 2040, transforming the people of Uganda. Because we are not just doing something. We are not just looking after a climate. We are not just looking after ecosystems. We are looking after them for a purpose. And that purpose is having the prosperity of our nation and our people. Next slide. And this is the targets. I usually throw it in the face of anybody where I have to go so that you don't forget. the representative of the PS, you don't forget that we are headed for a per capita income of $9,500 by 2040. Is this transition going to retrogress us, or is it going to accelerate us? Next. This is how far we have gone. I just captured so far what we have in the reports. We have fallen a little behind, but hopefully we shall be up to the target by the end of NDP3. Next. But the journey is there that way. That way. We have done NDP3, we are done midterm review, now we are starting NDP4. But the journey is to go that way. That means that this distance here, we need to really accelerate in there. Okay, next. So we want to transform this society where we have a deep and sustained systemic change in a society, such that our people can also put value on life. You know, we have that positive aptitude, and we are looking out to really having value just like all the other citizens of the world. That when a Ugandan dies, the world cries, just like any other citizen of the world. We are concerned. We are not of low value, disposable. Next. So in all this, what I've been saying all through is we want to achieve socio-economic transformation. And this is the sum of social and economic transformations towards achieving holistic development in a society. And everything, the e-mobility, whatever we are doing, we must never lose focus of this, because sometimes we get trapped in one angle and we are not balancing it. We are not balancing the other side. And we go so much into one without pulling the other. Then the one we have left behind restrains us from actually holistically going forward. So this is the goal that we should not forget. Let's move on. Now, coming to science, technology, and innovation, we know that it is the biggest driver of socio-economic change and economic development. At least 50% of all development that will occur in a nation is based on their investment and development of science, technology, and innovation. So if a nation does not do that, you have already lost 50% of your development opportunities. Now, we have 3 ways we acquire technology. We can import technology. Just like we can import this microphone, use when it's finished, we import another one. Even if we do that for 100 years, we will be appearing to be developed because we are able to talk. But it deposits very little in terms of what we can count on tomorrow. Actually, if I go to a meeting tomorrow and the microphone is broken down, possibly the meeting will flop because people will not hear me. So we have been largely technology importers. We import technology, we use. End user, we import, we use. We import, we use. That is what we have done mostly with the energy sources. And for me, I think there is a problem in that cycle, that energy cycle. That is why we are running out of energy in some parts of the world. It's not that energy has left the universe. We have interfered with the cycle. So from the Vision 2040 and NDP3, we are now pursuing a lot of technology transfer. And transfer is transfer. Transfer is not borrowing. If I transfer something, I've transferred it to you. So you have the opportunities to develop it. And then we're also focusing on technology development with the aim of developing the human capital here to use technology, to develop technology, to add value to technology. Any nation which does not produce technology is just poverty in waiting. It does not matter what other gymnastics we do on it. It's just poverty waiting. You'll move from one international program to another international program to another, but your journey is sure. You are going downward. Because technology is what puts the brakes for you. And if you want to know, see what COVID did. We were having very good healthcare system, and at least those who can afford to pay. But we had to lock down the country because we had no PPE for our healthcare workers. We had the money, but we couldn't buy anything. Continue. So now, those are principles, and I'll be referring to that as I give my, we have been working. This was a week like this last year in November, as we are preparing for the National Science Week, which should become the biggest event in this nation. And don't you dare miss one next week, because it is there. It's the biggest event of the nation. Honorable Kasa is not agreeing with me. So this was an effort which brought together everybody that was participating in the local manufacturing of motor vehicles. So I would like to talk about a few things about this e-mobility, underlying the principles that have led us to where we are through this 1 year and where we are going. May I have some water? Thank you. Next slide, please. So I want to ask some questions. What is motivating our actions and choices? Because we have now, as Honorable Kasai said, we have a lot of turns and choices and conflicts. And what is motivating us? What is behind? What are the motivators that are moving us? Is it because this is what is happening everywhere? Is it because these are opportunities that have been availed to us by our partners? Is it because we have thought deeply as a nation and we have made these choices? You are free to answer me. Currently, what is driving us? What is making us make the choices that we are making? It's very, very important that we, especially as leaders in this nation, we define the motivators. Every nation does so. We define the roots, the anchors of the decisions, because the population of 45 million people is counting on us. Secondly, what is the basis upon which we are using to make decisions? Do we have data? Have we collected Ugandan data? Have we been collecting data such that that data now we are interpreting it and making decisions? Or are we simply moving because this is the fad, this is the thing in thing, that everybody is moving to e-mobility, so we move to e-mobility. And tomorrow when it is wind, we all move to wind. The other day when it is back to fossil fuels, we all come back. Do we have, I said I want to disturb you. I hope I'm succeeding. What is the basis upon which we are making decisions today? Do we have data? Are we conducting research, Ugandan based, or are we using extrapolations? Uganda, like many other African countries, we are on the receiving end, not the giving end of greenhouse gases. Actually, I was reading that all developing countries contribute only 3%. But a lot of activity is being pushed here. Let me tell you, even if we go to zero greenhouse gases, we are not going to have an impact on the global greenhouses. But on the other side, we are suffering from the effects severely. So where should be our focus? To relieve ourselves of the suffering or to reduce the greenhouse gases? Where should we be? Where should we focus? Where should be our emphasis? Have we stopped to think? Next slide. This is a statement I somehow made about Africa must stop delegating thinking. I thought you'd clap for me. Africa must do what? Stop. And in this transition, if we insist on delegating thinking, we will find ourselves in very uncomfortable situations again. Right now, we are suffering floods, we are suffering drought, we are suffering, but we on the receiving end. And sometimes, I'm sorry, but sometimes I feel like we are being treated unfairly. Because we are not the cause. We are just victims. So our interventions should be focusing on investment to relieve ourselves on the impacts of things that we have had no say in. Yes, you can talk about Kampala being polluted, but how much of Uganda generates any greenhouse gases? How much? But we are suffering drought. So we are suffering more from the effects. And that, for me, should guide our decision making. Next. The second thing I want us to think about, is the role of COVID. COVID came here as an enemy. I think that COVID was a friend. COVID woke us all up, and now we see the problems that we are in. And the good thing is that he also gave us courage to act. So what can we learn from COVID? That disruptions are an opportunity to tip the balance. I currently chair the Africa Union Special Committee on Education, Science and Technology. And I see the awakening. Everybody is awake. What have we been up to? What have we been up to? If we handle this transition without science, we are finished. So can we stop now and start thinking? As we go into e-mobility, as we go into every energy transition, can we start thinking and find solution and harness that formula? Energy is neither created nor lost. It's just transformed from one form to another. It is your turn, Ugandan, to think and contribute to the world and participate in science. Next. So the skills are the skills tip to write at the moment. Two major factors influence decisions and actions which happen in the world, in the global scene: control and economies. Control and economies. We need to be aware of this. We need to wake up and be aware of this. Are you in charge of your energy sources? What impact is the energy source having on your economy? That is critical. That is critical. I don't know if I'm still carrying many of you along with me. So now, as you are in these meetings, the series of meetings this week, I would like you to answer that question. What is going to flow into Uganda? Is it goods or money? Because if we build e-mobility on technology importation, it is goods which are going to flow, and the money will flow the other way. and the economy will be negatively impacted, and you can forget Vision 2040. So as we design what is going to be flowing into Uganda, all these things that we are talking about, e-transition, the energy efficiency, where is the money flowing? Next slide. The possible approaches that we can have towards this energy efficiency, but especially we can have the humanitarian approach. The humanitarian approach is where you try to relieve people, keep them where they are, but we can relieve you of the negative effects so that you can be sustained. We can have the fear approach. Fear approach is, if you don't do this, you're doomed. Or we can have the opportunity-based approach, which I recommend that we adopt and discuss a bit more about during this conference. Next. What is this opportunity-based? The opportunity-based approach says there is a business at the end of every ridge. There is money. Out of COVID, we developed something called pathogen economy. Because I was in West Africa during Ebola, and I made an observation of an Ebola economy. Things which were no longer there started to come. Nobody ever produced so many body bags. But now we were running short of where to order body bags to bury. Nobody ever produced so many of these thermometers, which you point and what, and industries were built. Now, when that goes away, what happens? So, at the end of every rage, at the end of the energy scarcity, there is a business. At the end of the current fossil fuel pause, I don't believe they are disappearing. I think we are pausing them. There is a business at the end of it. So what opportunities are we harnessing for that so that we accelerate the economy? So our responsibility is to find a business and tip the flow of wealth and health in the direction of Uganda. For me, that is the responsibility I'm leaving with all of you today. So the switching to e-mobility is a business opportunity, my dear friends. It is a what? It's a business opportunity, and we need to see the business opportunities. We need to position to be a source in the value chain of something that brings money. I will be explaining the LEAP in a short while. So we need to position e-mobility at the LEAP, L-E-A-P. I will explain it in a few slides. That's where the future is. And that's where science, technology, and innovation has positioned it, because the e-mobility, especially the technology development and technology transfer, is under science, technology, and innovation. Then we need to learn to use peer pressure to our advantage. That's a philosophical statement, which I will not explain very much now. But when you come to the Science Week, I'll be giving a detail. We want to use peer pressure to our advantage. You know peer pressure? Do you know peer pressure? Come on, everybody is too serious. Yes, and we need to act on data, not emotion. These two statements here, sometimes I've seen a lot of us Africans, we are moved by emotion. We are moved by emotion, we move on to a bandwagon we don't understand. Let's get also the facts and the data, and then balance the equation. Okay? Then we need to use peer pressure to our advantage, because which of that Newton's laws? Newton's laws, the one which says that for every action, there is a what? Aniquan, yeah, expand that and think about it. It has a big secret in it. So you can actually use peer pressure to your advantage. Next. So now I would like to, I'm sorry this is not very clear, but I would like to show you our current National Science, Technology and Innovation System. I head the Secretariat, the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat at Office of the President. And our main work is to coordinate the science throughout government and private sector. Throughout everybody, we coordinate the science. We don't take over roles, but we coordinate and make sure it is well coordinated and is moving according to the principle, because we want to accelerate our entry into Vision 2040. We want to accelerate and catch up. So we have several important value chains, and one of them is mobility. And we work outside that ring. We work with everybody, the development partners, the different MDAs, NGOs, ministries or universities, research agencies, both local and international. But we try to channel everything to the vision of Uganda. Next. So these are the 8 industrial value chains that we are progressing on, and really my interest here is mobility. Next. So we have a strategy which we have developed, and a strategy for all our, this is not just mobility, but the strategy for everything, because we missed the first industrial revolution, we missed the second industrial revolution, we missed the third industrial revolution, we have missed 3/4 of the fourth industrial revolution, because the head of the movement is already in the fifth industrial revolution. It's just the tail which is still in the fourth industrial revolution. So we have developed a strategy which positions Uganda to harness both the past and the future at the same time. We are harnessing both the past and the future at the same time by developing what we call the loop and the leap. Next. So e-mobility is in our leap strategy. So we are not going back to innovating steam engines and the way they were. If they come, they will come in the future ones, not the older ones. But we have positioned e-mobility in the leap. What does that mean? We are going to walk side by side with the best in the world. We are not going to produce crude technologies. We are going to produce the best technologies. And if you want to prove, check out Kayola EV. Check it out. We want to walk side by side with everybody. We are not going back to say, oh, this is Africa. No. Because it is Ugandan, it's the best quality in the world. That's what I move my team to say, to work towards. We don't accept substandard things because we have the human resource. We may lack a little bit in some of the technologies, but they are accessible. So we are going to move side by side and moving forward with the new technologies. So actually, almost every day we scout what is happening in the world, but we're also generating our own thinking, which we are contributing into the knowledge bank of the world. Next. So you know more of these definitions than me. The e-mobility, what does it refer to? It's just to have the clean and efficient transport. Mostly at the moment, we are talking about using electric vehicles, which may be powered by batteries or hydrogen fuel. There may be other upcoming technologies, but it is electric mobility, not fossil fuel mobility. And there are so many that this group knows better than me. So I will not go there in case you find me wanting. Next. So this is, you see that I told you that at the end of every rage there is what? There is a what? It is a business. And you see how the business has been growing globally. And everybody is entering there. The question is, are we going to be left behind and wait to be technology recipients, or are we going to contribute to what is supplied in the market? Are we going, Lydia, please? Are we going to be part of the ones who are supplying the technology, or are we going to allow ourselves again to miss this revolution also, and again be a valley where what flows in the other balance is goods? Because transition to e-mobility is going to require tools. How are we positioning Uganda to be a producer of tools? Okay. You know, when people do your slides, they are moving ahead. Is this? Can you go back? Yeah. So this is the trajectory. By those years, everybody thought, Elon Musk, meh, crazy guy. Only a few people believed that this could ever make sense. But right now they are trying to catch his tail. He has gone to the next one. He's gone. And you can see everybody is jumping on the bandwagon. The in thing is for every automotive company now to produce the latest technology of electric vehicle. I forgot the water. So you see that globally, e-mobility is taking over, and the global market is going to be for e-mobility solutions. It is okay. Honorable, you can always get. Move to the next slide. And we have the declarations. You are more familiar with these declarations. COP26 is already ongoing. COP27 is already ongoing. So there have been agreements. And these agreements are what I refer to as peer pressure. Let's move. So we have leadership for the e-mobility transition. The leadership is headed by His Excellency himself, the President, and he has provided us a lot of guidance and audience. So Uganda is purposefully moving, purposefully. And he said the correct way to address the current fuel crisis, if you remember the fuel crisis in Uganda, is to move from petrol to electric cars, buses, motorcycles, and trains. Uganda, we know that we cannot do that instantly. And I think that is also something that we should be aware. Transition to e-mobility is not going to be instant. It's going to be a gradual process. But there is a tendency for people to act as if it must happen now. It is happening, and it's going to be natural. It is just going to happen. You know, when they started bringing automatic cars, the male species were very patronizing to us, motors. How do you drive an automatic car? How many of you drive stick shift now? How many of you have a stick shift car? Which is very few. All of you are in automatic vehicles like us. So e-mobility is going to happen, and I want to encourage the players to have a balanced card as we walk along the way. Let's have balancing the clutch. I learned how to drive that car a bit. You have to balance the speed, the acceleration, and so that you balance and keep moving until we have reached where we are into e-mobility. We should not act as if today we must close the door and there will be nothing taking place. And with this, I want to appeal to our development partners. Support us to transition gently. Not sudden, we are no longer going to support this, we are no longer going to support anything like this. We will fall and die. And by the time you try to support a dead body, it's died. Support us with gentle transition. We still need fossil fuels now. Honorable Kasai, we need the fossil fuels. Because no country, even all those who have declared, they are not going to meet those targets, I can tell you. So let us work in a very scientific and balanced manner and develop the technologies so that we don't kill economies and cause Ugandans more distress, because we want instantly to transition the country into. Let us move on a very systematic, possible, not an impossible trajectory, because this is a developing country. We are doing a lot of other things to do climate mitigation, planting a lot of trees. We are working on the wetlands. So as we go into e-mobility, because for us, the effect of climate change is more impacting our productivity than us contributing more to the greenhouse gases. So we need to focus to see how much is affecting. So as we develop the e-mobility, for now really the focus in Uganda should be Kampala and a few cities which are upcoming to prevent. And that is how we have built our strategy. And it will be a growing strategy. So we are targeting to full transition in 20 years. Full transition. But we have started. We are not seated in the house. We have started. Move to the next. And this is a meeting the president had with on 20th of September with all of us, the people in the ecosystem, with the local manufacturers of electric buses, with bikes, motorbikes, with associated systems, parts. So the strategy is to do local manufacturing as much as possible. Localization of e-mobility. We want to establish a vertically integrated steel industry addressing the supply, because we have iron ore, apparently among the best in the world, very high quality. It doesn't make sense for us to export away that and then start building vehicles with imported steel. So we are having a vertical integration. Those we are analyzing. We have finished some parts, but others we are working through the value chain to see, so that we are not disadvantaged again. So the local manufacturing of electric vehicles, the batteries, other storage systems. Let me say the entire value chain. We are not pretending we will manufacture everything, but we are looking for what can be localized so that we are part of the global business coming out of e-mobility. Let's not pretend anywhere that e-mobility is a humanitarian issue for climate change. E-mobility is a business also. It's not only a humanitarian issue, it is also a business. And Uganda wants to be part of the people supplying the tools, not just a consumer. Okay, next. So we have linkages to key development frameworks, starting from the bottom, The SDGs, I don't need to go into the details. Africa Agenda 2063, the East Africa Community, and Vision 2040. These have burst the development of this strategy. Next. So what's the progress so far? So this STI Secretariat has undertaken a number of interventions. One, we have had an interministerial and task force, an interministerial committee of ministers, and we have a task force in place, which is developing a strategy for the transition to e-mobility in Uganda, and I had given them a deadline of October, Alan. So we are looking through the entire ecosystem, not just one thing, and we are working as a whole of government. These committees have representation, the task force has representation from all the MDAs. Then we have the e-mobility consortium. This is now the players, and majority are private sector and universities, people working along we have teams who are doing research and development, we have teams related to energy, we have the transport planning operations, we have value chain financing, policy regulation and standards, and the digital infrastructure that is required for all this. So each of these has a task force and a think tank working to bring everything together. So we have the other task force, which is interministerial, and then this is the consortium, and then we have the National Mobility Think Tank. Every week, we meet to listen to ideas. Remember, I said we must stop doing what? Delegating, thinking is the biggest assignment for every human being. That's why we have this brain, which is different from animals. So we need to take our share of thinking. So we have a National Mobility Think Tank. It's one of very dynamic think tank, which brings together all ecosystem players. So once a week, we meet for 2 hours to think and debate and discuss. Next. So, of course, we have tools. We have developed the Kayola EV. We have so far deployed 2 just around to see how it could work. But we are in the plan now, in advanced plans of producing more. Our first target is Kampala, because we know the effects of traffic, but also the effects on the air. So we have developed state-of-the-art bus. I don't know if any of you has had the opportunity to ride on it. You haven't? Huh? Alan, you better give the members an opportunity to ride on this bus. The first one has already passed 50,000 kilometers. We've been testing the technology, so it's mature technology. You ride in this bus, it's the same as riding a bus in Dubai. It's the same as riding a bus in any modern city. The only difference is we are still working through the system on the road, but the inside of the bus is the same standard as the best in the world. Next, we have this energy and low emission bus, which is the coach. We call it the intercity bus, and it's called the airplane on the road. When you sit in it, you forget. You think that you are flying in the air. 2 are already on the market. They are moving, doing commercial work. They are moving commercially. And the engineers will tell you the engine, but it's quite very, very efficient, low emission. And this is made in Uganda. Next. This is the factory, Kira factory. Alan, you didn't get me the most recent picture, because we have gone beyond this. Can you find a nice picture? Eh? This is like 1 year ago. Yeah, so right now it's a very advanced state of the art. It's our pilot facility, and we have, this was phase 1, which is complete now, and there is phase 2 ongoing. There will be phase 3, which is to do the accessories. But right now we manufacture the vehicles somewhere else at Luere Industries. Okay. That's your boda rider. So we have partners who are working on the motorcycles, electric motorcycles. We have the International University of East Africa working on R&D a lot, and they are collecting a lot of very wonderful data and to manufacture the motorbikes here. We have Zembo, whose main focus is into the energy supply systems. How do you have, because Uganda, we have this business of border. So, and they are setting up systems. I think GIZ and the ministry, you have worked with them. And then we have Border Work, who are focusing a lot. One, they are doing a number of things. One, to convert these fuel motorbikes into electric ones. Then they are also working on the batteries to develop production of the batteries. And you also have a tractor, eh? Yes, they have a tractor, which we are very proud of. And we have actually a network of people working through them. So we take, at STI, we take the value chain approach and bring all the players along the value chain and see what can we localize and what do we need to import. But remember, we needed to see that balance. Where is the net flow? Next. So there are other initiatives, the charging infrastructure. Chiram Motors currently operates 3 fast chargers, but we are going to buy another 6. Yeah, we are in the process. Zembo has set up a network, which was a very wonderful innovation, that if we can have them along highways, mostly for exchange and for borders not to lose time, I just go in, change my battery, and go. I don't have to wait there charging the battery. And then the Ministry of Works has now worked on the registration of, because before it was not possible for you to register a vehicle without an engine, because you needed an engine number. But now we have the green plates. So you can register this. And then we have been working with KCCA to mark some routes, because the hidden agenda is we really want to decongest the city. We would like all of you to have a more pleasant ride around the city than the way it is. So we are trying to get some routes where we put buses. Hopefully we will persuade. The other people are not a problem. It is you who ride your vehicles. You, each of you who drives, the Mr. drives, the wife drives another one, the children, one home, 5 vehicles, all of them spewing smoke in the city. So we want to see if we can put up a mass transit which attracts you to leave your vehicle at home. I know Honorable Okasai, they will worry about the fuel. Don't worry about the fuel. I told you we are going to need it. Next. So the targets for the transition, quickly. We have set some targets. But here we are going to, plan to produce 20 more buses through Chiram Motors. But we have another person, Metu. I haven't yet got his figures, But with Chira Motors, we are making 20 more buses by the end of this financial year. And then we will work on a full-blown mass transit system and deploy at least 1,000 vehicles by 2027. And we hope we'll then have a fully fledged mass transit e-bus system. Really, that is our primary focus now, to make sure that we can provide mass transit. Next. And the motorbikes are here with their chief rider. Actually, I can't ride a motorcycle. Shh. Yeah, so we want to support the entire ecosystem, the e-mobility motorcycles, and in the transition, I don't know if you've seen the horror videos police released, how people, human beings just crushed like this. So the transition is also being accompanied with re-education of the riders, such that they can, take more care. But we're also hoping that the infrastructure will accommodate and separate motorcycles from the four-wheelers. So the initiatives are targeting increasing the stock of electric motorcycles in Uganda to about 300,000 by 2026, although they promised me that they will do more than that. So essentially, we are going to stop importing those fuel. The moment we reach a certain level, we'll stop the importation. The good thing is we can even transform these ones, which are here, but we should be only importing, or actually we don't want to continue importing. We want to make them here. Next, the passenger vehicles, we are working to have a pilot of at least 100 local assembled hybrid electric vehicles by 2025. Next. Next, please. Yeah. And the charging infrastructure, all the partners are working together to make sure that we have a well-coordinated, just like we have petrol stations. You have petrol stations, they are not owned by one person, but somehow people get fuel everywhere. So people we shouldn't have technology which does not speak to each other. The technology, there are key points that should speak to each other, such that I can charge. I don't have to own a charging station, but I can charge and charge. I can put Total fuel, I can put Shell fuel, I can put different fuels. So and of course with working with the Ministry of Energy to make sure that we have these fast chargers within 50-kilometer radius, because it is one of the limiting infrastructures now. Next. So here at STI, we have a vision of making Uganda the best. With that, I would like to introduce to you my head of e-mobility, Mr. Alan Mumoza. Thank you. I know I put you on stress. I took a lot of time, but I did it with knowledge. It was not accidental. So thank you so much for listening to me. Please stop delegating, thinking. God bless you.
When Dr. Musenero is not in the laboratory, she preaches in a church. And that's a fact. And then she's also spent a lot of time in the classroom lecturing. So thank you very much. Can we give another big round of applause to Dr. Musenero? She's told us to stop delegating, thinking. And where there is a loop, on the other side there is a leap. Okay? And may I now request that would led with by the ministers, UNDP Res Rep, the country reps for GIZ and SNV, and all of us, the permanent secretary's representative. Let's take a photo opportunity. This room is freezing. After you've taken a group photo, grab a cup of coffee or cup of tea. But I request that you come back with your tea or coffee into the hall. We run 2 very short panel discussions in plenary, and then we'll take a break when we go to 4. Then we'll have breakout sessions. We'll need to be, the minister said, energy is neither created nor lost. Equally, time can't be lost, but we need to save it to be able to finish what we need to do today. So can I request that Honorable Minister, the Honorable Ministers, the Res Rep, and the country representatives, Permanent Secretary, and all of you ladies and gentlemen, let's take a group photo outside. There's a team that has organized from the ministry where we'll take the photo, grab a cup of tea, gain some warmth from outside because it's freezing cold inside here, walk back into the hall. We do 2 panels, and then we'll have a discussion. I'm hoping the ministers will be able to come back and engage with us as we do the discussions after the panel presentations. Let me put the following on notice that as soon as you grab your cup of tea, the moment I have people sitting in these chairs, we'll begin the panel discussions. So can I ask, I have seen the minister and the professor were talking about, teachers communicate in a different language. So you're not needed. We'll ask you a few questions. So we'll need you. Together with Engineer Simon Kalanzi, with Mr. Elvis Sekate, and Jacob Etunganan. I'll need you back here as quickly as possible. Be part of the photo, the group photo. Grab a cup of tea or coffee. Walk back in here. You'll have picked some warmth from outside there as well. Thank you. You can put back those videos. They can be playing in the background when we are taking the photo and enjoying getting a cup of coffee. And the exhibition tents outside there. So the motorcycle that the minister was talking about from the International University of East Africa is outside there. Please go have a look at it. Alan, the minister, has helped me, so we'll get our ride on the bus, on the electric bus, I hope. Thank you.
Every day, thousands of motorcyclists or boda-bodas throng the streets of Kampala and the rest of Uganda in the hope of making ends meet, dashing readily available customers from place to place in record time. The boda-boda industry is one of the fastest growing businesses in Uganda. This is due in part to their affordability, easier maintenance, adaptability, and navigation of traffic congestion. However, even with their popularity, boda-bodas are synonymous with noise pollution, carbon emissions, and with fluctuating fuel prices. The foundation of this business is shaky at best, broken at worst. But that foundation is firm for the riders who have adopted the renewable energy-powered motorbikes by Zembo, a startup that offers electric, noiseless motorcycles and rechargeable lithium batteries to boda-boda riders.
So Zembo was started in 2018 by Etienne and Daniel, and we started with about 6 riders in a pilot where we were testing to see if electric mobility was viable in Uganda. The first thing that we truly started Zembo for is to help drivers. Drivers first are earning a lot less given the high cost of maintenance and the high cost of energy. Zembo solves that by having first a battery-powered motorcycle, which uses energy that costs less. And then on top of that, it's a motorcycle that requires a lot less maintenance.
This is Constant, the very first Boda Boda rider to buy into the vision that Zembo was selling 3 years ago. Every morning, Constant starts his typical day at 6 a.m., riding from his residence in Ndeje to dash customers all over Kampala.
Epikipiki eno abasaabaze abamu agiwulira n'asirika n'ayagala agende nga yeetegereza amanyi ddala kyawulidde kyekyo kubanga agituulako n'aba nga talina kyawulira naye abamu bwe bagituulako agenda okuwulira muli nga atandika okugiwulira naye ng'agamba butuufu epikipiki eno nnungi kati abantu ne bagyagala olw'okuba tebaleekandira tebuguma tevaamu mukka kati bagyagala olw'ekyo engifunyeemu kubanga bwe nali nga nvuga eri ey'amafuta nali nga nzimba nnyumba yange naye nga etambula mpola naye kati bwe natuuka ku eno ey'amasannyalaze nalaba nga ate byanguwa ekyandeetera ekyo nti nali sikozesa nnyo ssente nnyingi ku eno pikipiki ey'amasannyalaze mu kukyusa battery mu kuzikyajinga kozesa ssente ntono kati ebyo byonna bindeetera okuba nti ssente ze nali kozesezza ku eri ate embeera nzisigaza.
During his daily journey, he makes at least one stop at a Zembo charging station to swap out his battery. Such charging stations are strategically located all over Kampala.
When we started Zembo, we had one station in Najanankumbi, and thereafter we moved to Ntinda, which then we had 2 stations. We have now grown up to 28 stations, and 4 of them along the Masaka Road corridor.
Green People's Energy, in partnership with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, supported electric motorcycle company Zembo to pilot its electric mobility service along the Kampala-Masaka National Highway. This is the first time that electric mobility is piloted in Uganda outside of urban Kampala along a major traffic corridor across 2 districts. With this work, we hope to gather proof that e-mobility can be scaled further in the country.
When we talk about e-mobility, there is need to ensure we are promoting renewable energy technologies, because some of the solutions could sit with solar powered technology. So it's important on our side that we promote aspects to do with the renewable energy development. So in that regard, we've even gone ahead to revise our energy policy to ensure we are incorporating aspects to support the e-mobility business.
With over 200 eco-friendly Boda Boda riders now spread all over central Uganda, Zembo remains committed to improving people's quality of life by curbing air pollutants and noise and making the Boda Boda business more profitable for the riders.
Government, under the visionary leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has taken definitive steps towards building a robust, competitive and sustainable mobility industrial value chain in Uganda. The efforts are geared to interventions drawing synergies between the state, private sector, academia and development partners to promote local manufacturing of motor vehicles and auto parts, establish efficient, integrated, sustainable, safe and inclusive public transport systems, and promote the shift to electric mobility solutions. Kira Motors Corporation evolved from a Makerere University Innovation Initiative. The core business of Kira Motors is to develop, make and sell sustainable mobility solutions, including motor vehicles, parts, systems, and services in Africa. Through the company, Uganda has developed and brought to market the Kayola EVS, a premium zero emissions electric city bus. The Kayola EVS has a capacity of 90 passengers and is capable of a range of 300 kilometers on a single charge, requiring 1.5 hours to fully charge. The Kayola EVS is equipped with modern technology, including but not limited to onboard Wi-Fi, USB charging ports, CCTV cameras, digital display boards, cashless ticketing system, automated sanitizer dispenser, sanitation bin, special seats and a ramp for persons with disabilities, multiple stage electronically controlled air suspension, and
Thank you very much. Thank you. We said that as soon as we have quorum here, we should be able to proceed with the business. So, looking around, I need Engineer Simon Kalanzi to come up and take a seat up here. I need Professor, come with your tea. There is some table here. No, there is a table. Yes, there is a table to put your your coffee or tea. Huh? Yes, should be. I can see it has 3 legs. Can I help? Can I have people from MEMD, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the people from GIZ and UNDP, tell me, rally the people who are outside to pick their tea or coffee and come back right in. Please help. Mr. Elvis Sekate, if you're within the hall, please. And Mr. Jacob Etunganan. Mr. Tunganan, if you're in, Mr. Sekate, and Mr. Kalanzi. Engineer. Engineer Simon Kalanzi. Okay, can we have someone tell the people who are still outside to come back in? But we should start our discussion. This is the first panel, the first plenary panel. It's the only plenary panel actually. Then we'll go into breakout sessions. We'll see how we manage that because we need to claw back on time. We've lost quite a bit of time, but we'll try. It's the panel I have is an all-male panel. Women rights activists or gender activists call those manos, not panos. And on the panel, I have a gentleman whose name is a man in one of the languages of this country. So join me to welcome to the panel Mr. Jacob Etunganan. I hope I pronounced that right. You're most welcome. Mr. Etunganan is an energy efficiency expert working with SNV and specifically looks at inclusive markets for energy efficiency in Uganda. You're most welcome, sir. I have Mr. Elvis Sekate. Mr. Sekate is the president of Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. You're most welcome, Mr. Sekate.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. And I have the Honorable Professor Sandy Stevens Tikodri Togboa. Professor Togboa was teaching at Makerere, and with his students, they started tinkering with things and started the journey that we have seen on the buses that the minister has put up a while ago. Uganda's journey to electric vehicle manufacture started with him and a team of young Makerere University students, and now he heads, he's executive chairman of Kira Motors Corporation, Uganda's first attempt into manufacturing motor vehicles and starting with electric motor vehicles, but they also do some combination vehicles. I think he'll talk about that when he speaks to us. He also served briefly as a minister. He started the ministry for STI. He was the first minister for STI. So you're most welcome.
Thank you.
Like I said, we need to claw back time. Engineer Kalanzi will join us along the way. I want to start with you, Professor, and ask a question. It's very simple. Everybody, and when the president during that address talked about the future of low energy prices is not in looking at the pump price at a fuel station. It is electric. It's going electric. Many people asking, we are at that crossroads. Could you kindly, briefly, take us through harnessing Uganda's manufacturing potential for electric cars? What does that exactly mean? The minister showed us here. You have very ambitious targets. You want 300,000 electric motorbikes by 2027. Mm-hmm. We need 1,000 electric buses on the road. What is that journey that Uganda is trying to harness? How does that look from where you sit?
Thank you very much, Charles. Speaking after the minister, it may not be easy because I think she did a lot of the work for me. All those slides you showed there, I could have presented that myself. But the situation is different now. Now, to try and answer that question, let me share with you a statement that a friend of mine called Tony Seba from California, Silicon Valley, shared with me. Said, one, the stone tools did not disappear because there were no more stones, but it was because a new set of tool standards came up. So the stone had no choice but to disappear. Then he shared with me how horses, which were the means of riding, disappeared. They disappeared not because horses ceased to exist, but because there was a new technology. You come to internal combustion engines, the fuel, the fossil fuel thing you're talking about. Whether we like it or not, these are going to disappear, or they're already disappearing, the internal combustion engines, because a new standard, a new technology is on the site. The self-driven vehicles that you talk about in the States and all that are replacing the internal combustion engines. What that means is that, notwithstanding what our Minister for Energy here said, that he now has got petroleum discovered, and so we must kind of find a means of protecting it. On the contrary, I think we must recognize that the new technology, which are based on digital bits and so on, are coming on board. Whether we like it or not, the use of petroleum will shift, or is shifting to something else. It's very useful, but it's shifting to something else. So when we started this journey of the Kyola EVs way back in 2007, really what I was trying to do was to protest against the manner in which we were training our students in our universities. That was the basic insight of all this. You produce students, they come out with first classes, but 3 months, 4 months down the road, they're on the street and unemployed. Where was the problem? I think the problem was we were not doing a good job in our universities. And that was the excitement. Fortunately, at that time I had a gang of young minds who bought in my idea that let's protest against the way we're being taught in this university. I think a couple of them are here. I don't know. There's Albert, are you there? There's a younger one, Fred, and so many of them, okay? So after the normal classes would converge into extracurricular activities. And then the question would be, Professor, you gave us those formulas, can we realize these in practice? And they would go into that. So essentially, it is those activities that along the way enable us now to come with components, parts, up to about 2009 when the president somewhere got a story that there's a funny professor in Makerere doing all kinds of things. He wants to come and see. Invited himself, as we always say, in quotes, to see what this professor was doing. And once we presented to him what we were doing and what we intended to do, he said, look, I buy your idea. Can you come and present this to cabinet? And at the end of that year, 2009, by that time I was a big guy now, DVC, Finance and Administration, so people could listen to me. They invited us, we presented this to the president, and he bought into the idea. The rest says that you've probably seen in the papers that he supported what we were doing. We crafted the idea that we should demonstrate that we've got the capability to make cars in this country. That we did in 2011. You have seen the lime green car, Akira EV. And once that came out, it was like, I don't know, an explosion. And the president went out now to promote us. Eventually, we built the black car. The idea of the black car was that because the Kra EV could only go to Jinja and they have to recharge, and I come from Arua, which is 500 kilometers away, I told my students, please, I must drive to Arua in a car made by us. So that comes on the hybrid, the black. And thereafter we said, look, Uganda undergoes 8 hours of intense sun every day. Okay? Why don't we get the energy from there to power some of this? And that is exactly how we came with the Kayola solar bus. You have not seen much of it, but it's in Tinda, available. From that point on, we were now asked, please, can you address the transportation problem of this country? Yeah. So instead of pursuing the small cars and so on, we went into the buses. This is how you see the Kayola EVS, the KDC, and so on. The minister told you that we have got that huge agenda of having at least 1,000 of these buses on the roads by 2027 or 2025, that year. Why we're going through that route is because we think that the bigger problem of mass transportation is far more critical than me buying a sleek car, which I'll drive alone, and Charles will want to drive, and all these people will want to drive. You end up exactly with the same problem we have now, the jams. Because each car is only carrying one person. We think that that business of one person carrying should be when you're going out of the cities, out of the towns. So we are on the Kayola buses, primarily because we want to address the public transportation system, the issues of congestion, and so on. But at the individual level, if you would want a private sleek electric vehicle or hybrid and so forth, Kira has the capacity now to do it. And one of the important things we have been trying to do is to develop the skills, not only in making these cars, even the training. You heard of some training that's going to be running around. Those are all part of our engagement. So we're being driven, but what we need to do in order to address the challenges, the problems this country is facing in those areas of transportation.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I let Professor go on because you can see the journey has been long. A lot of the other things have come along. So let me go to let me go to the ministry and ask Engineer Kalanzi. This drive towards energy, an energy efficient economy, some people have called it the green economy. In a shorter time than the professor, if you could wrap this up, what exactly is it that you're thinking? And someone has commented about you're trying to develop this conference here is supposed to help government identify policy positions. In one direction, you're moving towards a production of fossil fuels. In another direction, you're moving towards energy efficiency. What is the meeting point?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, what's important if us to be efficient, how would we be efficient? We want to be efficient, then go green. In all this, we're looking for only one thing, to ensure that we use less energy to produce the same product. Now, when we do that, that means we are going to have less emissions from any process that we are looking at. And for us to be in a position to do so, we look at efficiency aspects across the economy. So we look at our households, we look at the transport sector, the agriculture, the industry. So in all sectors of the economy, we ensure that they are efficient, such that what they emit is what should be emitted and meeting the targets set and the agreements the country has involved itself in. But in doing so, then you have to have the policies or programs that can enable you to do so. For example, all of us talking about e-mobility, but are the laws that allow us to do so in place? You are the minister here taking us through the strategies they are making and all that. But one would question, yes, we have the e-vehicles with us. Some have already started coming into the country. So how can we have e-mobility? How can we be efficient in transport with e-mobility without the laws that govern us to do so. How can one set up a charging point? If you set up a charging point, how is it regulated? How much are the rates? So all that details are the ones that we're going to be looking at in terms of regulations and reforms that requires this market of e-mobility to grow. The same thing applies across board. The efficiency market to grow, we would require to have laws and regulations in place, including penalties where it's required. That's why we're going to be having the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill presented to Cabinet and approved. The same, at the moment, we're also revising our energy policy, which came in way back in 2002, to bring it to date, so that it can be in position to accommodate all these new technologies that are coming in, all the climate issues, all targets that we need to meet. We need to be kind of commensurate with the level of development and technology all over the world.
Your efficiencies within the ministry itself in the making of these policies, are you able to move at the same speed as the technologies are moving? What would you need to do to cut the red tape that is characteristic of government processes?
I think Uganda, we are moving actually as fast as the world moves. I'm not actually worried, because if you look at the technologies that we have in the country, or the energy projects that are in the country, are up to date. Because if you look at the renewable energy technologies being developed, if you were to go to the large hydros, Uganda is developing the large hydros today in the world at the latest technology available. Doctor here is telling you they are developing the electric vehicles and latest technologies available. So the question is, are the laws coming in as fast? Yes, the laws are coming in as fast. This very financial year shall be closing in on our energy policy, and also shall be closing in on Energy Efficiency Act, so it will be in place. All of you know that we already have the Electricity Act, which has already come on board this year, signed by the President this year. So the laws are moving as the technology is moving.
Thank you. Can I go to Jacob? The other name, I don't want to mispronounce it, but your specialty is in energy efficiency, and the engineer here is talking about it. Inclusive markets for energy efficiency in Uganda. What does this mean? What is it?
All right. First, possibly let's start from the point of energy efficiency. As the engineer has already explained, that energy efficiency in its own way helps you to reduce your costs, but also has multiple benefits to climate and to employment. So in terms of inclusive markets for energy efficiency, we know that there are very many excluded people, youth, women, the poor. So how can we use energy efficiency as a tool to include them in the energy ecosystem so that they're able to have reduced costs of using energy and they can be able to adopt this technology. Young people can be part of the value chains of energy efficient technologies, and then all groups in terms of businesses can be able to adopt some of these energy efficient technologies because of the multiple benefits. And so that's the name, inclusive markets for energy efficiency in Uganda.
Thank you. Can I go to Mr. Sekate quickly? You are in the private sector, Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. Just tell us, what does this do? And also speak to us, I see the president there, in engaging and empowering the private sector to promote and deliver on energy efficiency. Is the private sector ready? Is it able to move at the same speed or engage at the same level?
Okay, thank you so much, Charles. Just to start with the question, yes, the private sector is ready. You should be aware that Uganda's economy basically is a private sector-led economy. So the private sector is moving fast to catch up on issues to do with energy efficiency. Before I get to the roles of the private sector and as well as engaging the private sector in delivering on energy efficiency, you also asked me to just give you a brief overview of what the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda is. To start with, Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda is a non-for-profit organization for professionals, and it is looking at serving its members, serving the energy industry as well as the community at large. And actually we are looking at issues to do with efficient use of energy as well as sustainability. So we have members, individuals, as well as corporate organizations that come together for that noble cause. Now, on a local scene, we are actually the Energy Efficiency in the Alliance, which is the Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance, which is UNREA. We form that umbrella organization among other organizations in the renewable energy sector. We are also an official chapter of the Association of Energy Engineers, and we are also members of the Global ESCO network. And lastly but not least, we are the training providers for the Association of Energy Engineer courses. There are quite a number of them. I'll have to throw more light on them later. Now, talking about the private sector, as I've mentioned, we are a private sector entity, and we actually operate within the private sector. The definition and the benefits of energy efficiency have been mentioned. The minister mentioned about them, Jacob has mentioned about them, and the Commissioner Energy Efficiency has mentioned about them. There's no doubt that there are benefits of being efficient in the way we use our energy. But however, we are mostly concerned about stimulating demand, supply and demand, within the supply and demand for energy efficient services as well as products within the private sector. And by the way, this has spillover effects also in the public sector, because when you also talk about energy efficiency, we know government is the biggest employer, and in this, when you talk about energy consumption, government consumes a lot of energy. But at the same time, once we fix the demand and supply factors within the private sector, as I've mentioned, it has ripple effects to government. Now the players in the private sector, as you know, the energy efficiency is an economy of its own, and it has quite a number of players. I'll mention a few. First and foremost are the energy users. Actually, me and you and everyone here, every organization, manufacturers, buildings, we are all energy consumers. So we are the first stakeholders. And actually, this is the target of energy efficiency, because the goal is to reduce on our energy consumption.
What's your membership? When you're talking about the association, who is involved? Who are these primary players?
Our membership is anyone interested in energy.
Anyone interested?
Yes.
So, literally anyone in this room could be your member?
Anyone in this room could be a member. And actually, just to recognize, we have quite a number of members in here. If I had time, I would ask them to wave at
we'll have opportunity to do that. We still have a day with everybody here.
Yes.
And I hope people are exchanging business cards and networking.
Yes.
We need to provide more time, and then we'll have some time in the breakout sessions. Since we need to save time, I'm going to quickly jump back to Jacob for 1 minute. The challenges that the country faces are broader than just technology. There's a question of employment. Many young people, many people we need jobs. There's a question of dealing with poverty. How do these blend together? The drives in technology that is efficient, that deals with emissions, that deals with climate change questions, and the immediate needs of a majority of Ugandans, which is to fight poverty and through finding a job, through earning a living.
Yes, I think again, delivering energy efficiency services in one way will become a tool to addressing critical issues in our society of underemployment, two, of poverty. Again, going back to the multiple benefits, that it may be a far-reaching concept, but energy efficiency starts with the mind. And above all, we're saying, how do we reduce on our costs of operating businesses, on our costs of running our homes? So that creates opportunities in business for a business to be able to employ many. Because what is actually happening, you remember during COVID, everybody was trying to reduce an operating cost. And the first cost to be cut off was the human resource. But if you are actually an efficient operating business in terms of reducing your energy costs, which are the highest costs in running a business, then you could actually employ very many. And two, in terms of trying to address issues around poverty, especially at a household level, you realize that, again, through surveys, the energy cost shoots higher. So how do you ensure that somebody is able to have the right size amount of food, of good nutrients, by just using a very small amount of energy to give that particular output of cooking? So at the end of the day, you're actually addressing energy poverty and cross-cutting to addressing other poverty forms. So in one way or the other, energy efficiency is a critical tool to unlocking unemployment and to unlocking poverty in this particular country.
Thank you. Professor Shotwan, you started the journey at Makerere and delivered the vehicles that we've seen. Many people were laughing when you started with a small green car. They were pushing around Makerere, and there were stories about how far it could move. But when now people meet the buses that are plying the Kampala Fort Portal route, they speak a different language. But you're not alone in this. The question is, how are you, what kind of coordination is there? You are doing that, started at Makerere, now you have your own outfit. In Jinja, you're building a factory there at Kira Motors. We have a stall outside there for International University of East Africa, which is working on e-bikes. I saw them, they run for 100 kilometers. You can pass by the stall and look at it. Who else is in this space, especially in the knowledge generation space? And how are you coordinating in terms of building curricula and taking it to the next level?
Thank you very much. I think the last question, part of that question, is the most important. That would, of course, involve building the necessary skills and the capacities. Unfortunately, as we speak now, other than Chambogo University, we have not gone far into developing that capability in terms of having many more universities train or run these programs. But we're moving to address that. Now, as for coordination, I think the ministry or the secretariat of STI, I think is doing some good coordination job in getting to whoever relates to the automotive or e-mobility industry comes on board. Now, what I think I probably needed to also let you know that part of our move to address the public transportation problem was related to the fact that automotive area can create a lot of jobs. Each of those vehicles, buses that you see, the Kayola EVS, the KDC, has got about, on the average, I think 30,000 components that we all bring together and they begin to move. Where do these components come from? They must be produced. When we started, we were bringing many of these from outside. Our target now is that by 2030, we should be producing these components in here to the level of 65% of the parts that go into those vehicles, those buses, should be coming from. And that means...
What's the ratio today? What's the ratio today?
Today it's about 10% that we're getting from inside, 10-15%.
Okay.
The others were for obvious reasons. But the skills with the knowledge we now have to do all this. Now,
and the knowledge shared, you have a percentage for that? Do you have a ratio for that so far?
No, I wouldn't be able to give that immediately now. But the minister told you we have a lot of these minerals that will go into this automotive sector, whether it's lithium for lithium, steel, and so on. So that is the area where we need to go fast in order to have the 65% of the localization of the material that we use, in our vehicles brought up. Now, that of course means government must find a way of investing in, is it Muko? The iron ore down, over there. Those must be brought out. They must be processed so that the steel bars that we use to create the bodies of these buses actually come from here. And that is how I think we're going to address that issue of the unemployment. I think my friend told me that if you can increase efficiency, you use less energy, and in that process, you actually create employment along the way. We want a bigger creation. If we can get about 120,000 people employed by 2030 out of our exercises, our processes, I think we'll have achieved part of what we set out to do.
Thank you. Let me bring it back to the ministry. One of the major concerns as we journey towards energy efficiency is the question of cost. Is there somebody, the Minister of STI is looking at particular components, Minister of Energy is looking at particular areas. Who's looking at the cost efficiency? Can I afford an electric car for purchase? I did inquire about the price of the motorbike and what it costs to charge it, to ride you to Entebbe and bring you back. That's quite efficient. But who is looking at that component? At what stage do we begin discussing cost?
Actually, on my own personal realization, the issue of cost of an electric vehicle in Uganda is a matter of awareness. I think people are not basically aware that a new car is actually cheap. People are just used to buying old or used vehicles. You find some colleagues driving a car over 300 million Ghana shillings, but actually a new car, a brand new car, you find them ranging between $30,000 and $100,000. So someone driving a second hand of 400 million can afford a wide range of brand new electric vehicles. Because I had an opportunity to be in Germany at VW. The cars are starting from $20,000 to $80,000. In other words, Ugandans can afford brand new electric vehicles. It's a matter of awareness, creation that should be brought out. Now, in terms of the wider building of the infrastructure, that is now looking at developing wider financing mechanisms, working with the banking system within the country, then also with our partner KMC, as he's explaining, we need to get partnerships with technology that are highly developed and bigger economies to be in position to, because we don't need to start really from scratch. It's a matter of partnering with those where technology is available, then we make the product much cheaper. And also we look at local substitutions that we can, for example, our bamboo here. Bamboo is one of the materials that can be used in the car to make most of the parts inside the car, the seats, the handles, and everything else can be done by, even the body parts can be done by bamboo. So we can make it cheaper and more affordable through awareness and substitution of materials and partnering with the right people, and also developing good financing mechanisms for our projects.
One last question for you before I allow a few comments from the audience. In the rest of the world, what they're doing is they're harmonizing at the taxation level. A car is very expensive in Uganda because government takes about maybe 56% in taxes for these second-hand imported cars, or even more sometimes. What harmonization is going on at policy and legislative level on tax incentivization?
Charles, can I just, before he answers,
sure.
Can I just make reference to that? You see, why cars are extremely expensive in this country, even before the electric vehicles came on, is because of the mode of our procurement of mode of purchase. Elsewhere in Europe, in the US, you hardly collect $100,000 to go and pay cash for a car. There's a scheme through which you procure that vehicle and you pay it over a period. But our mode of purchase of vehicles in this country is that you must raise the 100 million at a go and go on. And I think if that mode can be addressed, in addition to the tax regimes that they're talking about, I think we'll be talking of a different language. And most of for the electric vehicles, the most expensive component are the batteries. And because you must pay that up front, obviously it turn out to be very expensive, just like your solar supplies and so forth. So that's the area maybe policy can address as we proceed, the mode of purchasing, the mode of financing of these purchases.
Okay. Engineer, would you like to just add on that?
Well, in terms of policy, there are many incentives that we could look at to make an electric vehicle much cheaper. One of them, of course, is looking at the taxes. Although tax exemptions don't necessarily develop a market. This one has been seen and studied and shown elsewhere in the world. It is always easier for us to allow the market to develop itself. So we can look at various levels of incentives that can make the electric vehicle much cheaper and affordable to everyone, and its availability and use and general awareness of how one can use and acquire a vehicle.
Thank you very much. We have not been very efficient with our time so far. I'm going to ask that we have maybe 2 or 3 questions from the audience or comments to the panel here. Then we'll disband this panel and democratically agree on how we move forward to the breakout sessions. The breakout sessions were provided for 2 hours. We might have to use 1 hour, put in lunch, and then come back and do one plenary session in the afternoon, and I mean after lunch, and close this discussion. Move towards the end of the discussion. Any comment from the audience? Any question or comment? Can I have somebody move a microphone? I can see a hand at the extreme end there. Sir, tell us your name and which organization you represent, and keep your question or comment brief. Yes, sir.
My name is Joshua Kwirinjira. I come from Blue Crane Communications, and I have a question regarding EV conversions. We import so many used vehicles, and we have lots of junkyards filled with scrap. I don't know whether there is any program right now that incentivizes people who convert vehicle trash to make it more usable and manage waste.
Who do you want to answer that on the panel?
The first 2.
The first 2.
The commissioner and the academician.
Good, you're in safe hands. He's a former minister as well, so he can answer the question. Do you have another question or comment? Yes, sir. Can I have the microphone come here? And then to the gentleman there.
Thank you, sir. My name is Posena Besesa. I'm the managing director, Besepo Uganda Limited. We deal with the industrial briquettes and domestic briquettes. This one goes to the ministry. The whole talk, we are looking at vehicles, motor vehicles, and we are not looking at the industries. I managed to invest in these briquettes in order to increase the energy efficiency and promote environment protection. Now, as the ministry, what is your plan on these industries, factories that are still using firewood instead of promoting briquettes that can use the wastes and they give more efficient energy?
Thank you. I had asked some gentleman behind there. Let him first speak, and then we'll see how we can. Though, Mr. Besisa, this particular conference is talking e-mobility largely and energy efficiency, but I'm sure the engineer will be able to give you an answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Yunus. I work with the GIZ Energy Program. I have one question which I'm directing to Professor Tikodri. The presentations here about electromobility and the new ideas which are coming are very interesting, but they're aimed at ensuring that Uganda also becomes a net exporter instead of importing. One of the questions I have here is the batteries which we use for the cars, for the electric cars, use some rare minerals in them. Which of these minerals do we have in Uganda? And what can you say about the fact that some of these minerals, or if not all of them, are actually finite, like fossil fuels, and at some point they might also get finished? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's just allow one more question commented. Okay. Another one? Okay. Let's have this one here, and then I'll come to you. You keep the microphone. Yes, keep it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the panel. My name is John Mary Migade. I'm an electrical engineer, and I'm also glad to meet Professor Tikodri because he was my teacher in campus. My first question is towards Professor Tikodri. Many times we have seen that in a lot of industries where these e-vehicles are being used, there's an issue of e-waste. And so I don't know what kind of measures Kira Motors is having in place to ensure that we don't also have that curse of e-waste, and then at the end of the day it will lead to abuse of the technology, because we are afraid to dispose of many of the components. Then my second question is towards Engineer Kalanzi. We are talking about e-mobility. I don't know whether we have Ministry of Works on board as well, because I happen to have rode a bicycle during the lockdown for about a year actually, and one of my experiences was that there are no bicycle lanes, like leading into the country for most of the roads. So
leading into the city, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So leading into the city. So meaning that Ministry of Works should really be on board to ensure that they kind of like participate in the redesign of our roads, such that they can create ways that the buses can move, and also for people who are looking at like cycling as an alternative also to this, to be able to actually do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I have the last? There's a lady, so I'm going to ask you to speak, and then the lady will speak, will be the last person to speak.
Okay, I'm going to try to make it very short. It's addressed to the professor, speaking about the 10% of local content and the 65% as a target. As I understand, this is really just based on the components manufactured in the country, in the assembly and manufacturing process. How would those numbers look if we take the whole life cycle of an electric bus? Meaning, how would those percentages change as electricity is generated in the country versus fuel at the moment still imported in the country? How would this change the whole calculation?
Thank you. Let's have the lady make the last comment.
Thank you. My name is Gloria from the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. My question is about the penetration of e-vehicles, e-border borders, all the technologies we are talking about. We see that these are pilots and we still have a low penetration. The access rates are still low. What sort of plans do we have to increase access to e-mobility and the shift we are talking about from the internal combustion engines to electric, say, borders? What are the incentives? What is the financing model that we are going to undertake? In the long run, we see the cost of e-mobility is lower than the cost of diesel or petrol-powered vehicles. How do we put this message across, and what sort of financing strategy do we have in place as a country to ensure that this shift happens in the long term? Thank you.
Thank you. I see most of the questions came to engineer and professor. So could you use a minute each to respond in summary to this? A minute each.
Okay, thank you very much. Conversion of internal combustion engines. I thought the question would have been the conversion to electric vehicles, but I think he was worried about the waste, how that will be addressed. Now, the path that we can, first of all, to convert ICE to electric vehicles is a very expensive undertaking, something certainly we wouldn't recommend. Now, as for disposing of the parts of those cars, I think that will be another issue. Because the materials there, you deal away with slightly different from that. Two, the battery materials are finite. Indeed, they are finite. We have the cobalt, we have the lithium and all this. In the West, we have new material, I think they call them calcites, which are available in Karamoja, in Kitgum, and all those places. So for the time, seeable time, I think we'll have that materials enough. And by that time, like I said earlier, maybe new technologies will develop. Then there will be that disruption, and you move away from the horse riding to the cars. I think that's going to be the approach we'll have to use as we proceed. E-waste from electric vehicles. The primary things that are in there related to batteries. Those batteries, once they run down, I think Alan will confirm here, it will be recycled. You recycle them and use them for some other purpose other than driving the vehicles. I think that's available. Alan is the superintendent of e-mobility, that he should be overseeing that. He'll probably interact with you and explain that. How will the 65% change if energy becomes cheaper? I think that's how I understood it. Now, this 65% localization we are talking about are related the components, the parts that would go into the production of these vehicles. We would like these to be produced from inside here. Now, the reduction of in energy costs will probably affect them in terms of being cheaper to produce them here when the energy prices go down. I think that's the only direction in which that movement will affect the 65% localization. I can't touch the figure on that as of now. Which one? The battery, I think I've addressed. Finite, I've addressed. Conversion of ICs. Is there anything else I've left? The last one was? Oh, financing. Yeah, like I indicated earlier, the bigger problem with our vehicle price, vehicle costs in this country is largely to do with the manner in which we purchase these facilities. If that arrangement, which was there before most of you were born, whereby when you graduated from the university, there will be companies out there to hire purchase, available for hire purchase, and then you'll pay that over a period of 5 years. You will not feel that pinch that we're feeling now because I must collect 30 million, 100 million up front and go and pay. I think my friend here, I don't know, my former student, but if we can address that policy matter, then I think the impact of the price on the pockets of our people will be slightly different.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I can start addressing with Mr. Ndebesa. In terms of industrial efficiency, yes, we recognize the inefficiencies within industries, but as I said earlier, the law is coming into place, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. All industries are going to be forced to be efficient, whether you like it or not. And that's why you heard about the Energy Efficiency Association. It has supposed to be having consultants and auditors who will be supposed to go to industries, evaluate them, ensure that they are efficient, penalties will be there. So that will be addressed. On the issue of briquettes, that is going to be largely addressed from the Renewable Energy Conference, which is starting on Thursday. So we shall be looking at the efficient use of energy across the renewable solutions, across renewable energies and the solutions there is and incentives and how they can support you in case you're in that market. So largely, let's keep that for the Renewable Energy Conference. So you'll have a lot of answers. We shall have a lot of answers for you. Then the issue of stakeholders, yes, we have a wide range of stakeholders we're working with, including Ministry of Works and Transport. Although you mentioned the issue of bicycle lanes and all that, I think that is a general metropolitan urban planning issue, which goes beyond Ministry of Works and Transport alone. So I think you can see most of the upcoming roads now, they're trying to do a lot of that. Even Kampala itself, they're trying to redesign, so you have to do with KCC. A lot of stakeholders are involved in this. So hopefully, Uganda is going to be a better place very soon. Then in regard to in the incentives or financing, yes, there are a wider range of incentives government can look at to make the products cheaper and affordable. So one of them, as I said, I believe most of the Ugandans who drive cars can afford an electric vehicle. So one of them is to do a lot of awareness, to educate them that an electric vehicle won't use fuel, you only need to charge. And we do a cost comparison of operations. Most of them over time will be in a position to change to electric vehicles. And also stop buying these old vehicles. The next aspect is a study to look at what is the applicable incentive that can foster e-mobility in the country. We already have projects on this that are going to come on board. The particular incentives that will develop this market are going to be put in place. Then there are also feasibility studies going on right now. I think one of the sessions that are going to go out, you'll hear guys from Netherlands taking you through that. So we'll be in a position to get more to know of what is happening and what are those incentives that will be applicable in the future for this nascent industry. But the only thing I can advise for if we are to develop as Ugandans, how does the country develop? It develops through production and it's a balance of payments. Now, would you do that? You collect taxes. So the idea of the future of the country, for you to say tax cuts on each and everything, Uganda will not look as Europe. I know most of you want Uganda to look as Europe. So the only way country develops is to collect taxes, to export goods, to ensure that your balance of payments is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By way of information, Charles, the cost of charging electric vehicles vis-a-vis internal combustion engine, we did, I think, comparison. Alan will remind me with the KVS. Find that for the what distance was it? It's it would take us about 1,600. Okay, Shil? Right, 360 shillings. What distance was that? Over 1 kilometer? It'll cost you 360 shillings to charge, right? But for the other vehicles, it was 1,600. Yeah. So that's the figures we're talking about. Okay.
I think you hinted, you talked about it. Having to front load the payment becomes problematic for many people. And of course, the adjustment will also take some time before we can adjust and appreciate. But we'll have a discussion in the afternoon on the financing, because financing is a critical component, and what options and what thinking is going on there. There's a lady who really wanted to say something, but I am constrained for time. I'm afraid I'm constrained for time. And I need us to agree. It's 10 minutes after 1 o'clock. We could take a lunch break and do the breakout sessions after lunch if we promise that we'll do our lunch quickly. Then we can reconvene for another plenary. Or we could take the breakout sessions now and do lunch later, which would be better. We do lunch? We eat lunch. Okay, as we go to do lunch, can you join me to thank our panel for the discussion? Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis Sekate. Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob Etunganan. Thank you very much, Engineer Simon Kalanzi. And thank you very much, Professor Tikodri Togboa. Thank you. This is what we're going to do as we take the lunch break. We will not come back into this room after lunch, because we'll go straight into our breakout sessions. If you could come and help me as I read out which groups will be discussing what. There's a breakout session that will discuss industrial energy efficiency. The convener there is Jacob. Jacob is leading that group. Jacob is here. To the next room. The other breakout session, led by Engineer Dennis Areho, is going to discuss minimum energy performance standards. Pardon? The same group. Okay. Please.
We will have 2 breakaway sessions. One breakaway session, which is going to remain here. Industrial energy efficiency breakaway session. It will remain here in Albert Hall. And the second breakaway session will be the electric mobility breakaway session. We will converge in Royal Hall. It is just outside there. And each breakaway session will have 2 sub-panels. The breakaway session for Albert Hall, which is looking at industrial energy efficiency, will have a panel, energy efficiency improvements in industries, whose chief convener is SNV. Mr. Jacob Etunganan will be leading that first sub-panel under the breakaway session in this room. The second sub-panel will be looking at minimum energy performance standards, led by Engineer Dennis Ariho. The breakaway session in Royal will also have 2 sub-panels. The first sub-panel will be looking at policy, infrastructure, skills, and market development for electric vehicles. The first panel will be led by Mr. Jonan Kandwanaho from National Planning Authority. Then the second sub-panel will be looking at technology developments and business models for electric mobility. And that sub-panel will be led by Mr. Alan Muhumuza from Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat. I hope I have been a bit clear. I wish you a nice lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David is from the ministry. He's the chief convener. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question from the lady there, let me read it. She said to me, to Elvis, the country is losing about 500 million shillings, megawatts of power. Megawatts of power from the recent statistics. What plan does the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda have to help government address this? That's from a lady there. Lunch is being served on, the restaurant is above us. Yeah? You walk out, you climb up the staircase, lunch, that's where lunch is being served. Let's be efficient with our time, come back within about 30 to 40 minutes, and we proceed with the discussion. Thank you. Conveners, please remember to come back quicker than the panels, the sessions you're leading. So kindly go jump the queue, get ahead of the queue, have your lunch and come back as quickly as you possibly can.
Hello? Maybe we have to save some time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. We have two panelists that are going to be in. I'm just waiting for one. So our breakout sessions for this particular room will be two. One will be on energy efficiency improvement in the industries and SMEs. Then the second one will be with Engineer Ariho, which will be the minimum energy performance standards. So since we have to save some of our time lost, let me take this opportunity to invite the three panelists who are here as we wait for one. Let me invite Mr. Joseph Chalimpa, who is from Uganda Manufacturers Association. And two, James Banabe will be joining us. And then Michael Muyinga from Equator Solar. And the representative from Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Please take your seats. Feel free to take your seat. Since we have most of the people out in the other room, it will be better if you're in, you could just move in front so that we have a better, more coordinated discussion. So all right. So it will be shorter, and I will. So when these other people all speak, what I would want you to your question would majorly to bring in the angle of how this whole thing is a driver within the SME sector for competitiveness, which is anyone with James Banabe's phone contact, please reach to him. He's coming. Okay, please. Michael, please take your seat. James, please take your seat. Just a minute. No worries. Okay. All right. And Joseph, take your seat. right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this particular session. Hope you had a nice lunch. With me are 4 powerful gentlemen, and fortunately again, men. Hopefully the next session we will have some ladies. Right, but we just have to move with that, and then we will shift and then be able to have the ladies in, and I believe the next session will have ladies. So specifically our discussion this particular afternoon will be on the energy efficiency improvement, specifically in industry and in the different SMEs. And remember, the biggest within our country are the small, medium scale enterprises that actually utilize energy. It could be electrical energy, it could be thermal energy. But then what drives their profitability and competitiveness is within the way they utilize this energy, and that's why we're saying it's about energy efficiency for this particular conference. So with my panelists here, I will quickly start from the industry level, and I'll start with Joseph. Joseph is from Uganda Manufacturers Association. Joseph, you've been with your different members, and there could have been a lot of challenges being mentioned. Yes, there have been high costs of energy, the X and Y. So particularly for us to hear more, could you be able to share with us what are those critical barriers that have affected UMA members, in this specific case, SMEs and industries that are part of your membership, from adopting energy efficiency technologies? Just press it. Sorry.
Thanks a lot, Jacob. First of all, I would like to maybe talk briefly about Uganda Manufacturers Association. It's an association that is comprised of member companies. Our members are companies, not individuals, about 1,300. Some of the biggest companies in Uganda here, like Hima Cement or Tororo, are our members. And we face a lot of challenges in the area of energy. One thing to note is that our members are actually the biggest energy consumers in terms of electrical consumers in Uganda. They consume about 65% of the electricity that is produced in the country. And so, for us, therefore, energy efficiency is very important. And some of the problems that we have been facing in the area of electricity mainly is high cost of electricity in comparison to other countries. For example, like per unit, which is 1 kilowatt hour, in China it is about 10 cents, in India about 7, and South Africa is about 9. But here in Uganda, the average for 1 kilowatt hour is about 14 cents. That's much higher. Now, they talk of lower costs, for example, we talk of 5 cents per kilowatt hour. That applies, it's a pilot project, it only applies to very few companies, but which are also located in the industrial parks. So in terms of the cost of energy, there are very few companies that enjoy that. So that means we still have a challenge of the cost of energy. The other problem is poor accessibility. Because for our members, that may not be a very big issue because most of our members are in areas where the grid is already there. But generally, we know that in terms of coverage, we will have about 2 million households with electricity out of about 7. So that is still also a problem. And then most importantly is quality, the quality of power. Our members complain, especially around Jinja, Mukono, and also around Bombo Road, about the quality of power. The power may be there, but the voltage could be much higher than what is expected, and that could cause machinery to break down or to loss of raw materials. So that's also another problem. And internally, some of those problems are outside the industries, but also internally, we also have internal problems. One of them is our members don't take energy management to be an important issue. So we don't have, most of our companies don't have energy managers. The work is delegated sometimes to the accountant, only to tell the managers how much the bill is. And the production people are sometimes only interested in the products, not how much energy is spent. So that's also an internal problem. On the other hand, we are lacking an appropriate legal system here in Uganda, for example, to encourage our companies to do energy audits. I have been in touch with Mr. Barnaba here when he was still at ministry, and we are working on a bill rather, that would promote maybe compulsory energy audits. But up to now, the bill is not yet, I think, approved. One time we had a regulatory impact assessment, and they recommended that we should put in place an energy policy first. I've learned that the policy is in place. Probably in the near future we shall have that act. Then we shall have at least a framework to enforce energy efficiency.
Okay, thank you. You've mentioned about power challenges. You've also gone ahead and you've said the industry in one way or the other is not aware of the benefits, and therefore they delegate the responsibilities to non-technical people. James, having been in the ministry for quite long and being a father of energy efficiency, I would want you to let us know what kind of solutions can we put in, specifically one, in the industry setting to improve on the energy efficiency measures, but also two, he's already mentioned that there are issues around regulations. And if we want energy efficiency adoption to be kind of scaled, we then need to ensure that there should be enabling frameworks, one that anchor energy auditors and energy service companies such that they can then be able to deliver these services to the industries. In 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jacob. Yeah, I'm glad that he's been very frank about what is happening in industry. And he has also said, if you can put the law for us, we shall comply. So it's also fun on the other side to note that, one, they are consuming 60% of the energy of the electricity that is produced, but at the same time they want a low tariff, implying that you and me will end up paying something higher. So our argument has always been that the problem is not the high tariff, but maybe the high bill, the high energy bill. And one way you can lower the energy bill is by being more efficient, putting in place systems that can minimize energy consumption. And that's why, as you're saying, what is it in the industry setting that can help to improve the level of energy efficiency? First of all, having a legal framework in place. There's some progress being made. Let's hope that works out soon. And one of the things that I think is very, very important, if energy management can be integrated in the management system of the organizations, that will go a long way in helping. Just like you have quality integrated, safety integrated, if energy management can also be elevated to that level. And that's one of the things that the legal requirement is going to demand, that you don't just have energy handled by an accountant who gets the bill and just signs and says, please pay.
but you look into how much you've used, you look into how you're benchmarking with others. There's what we call the specific energy consumption, the energy you're utilizing to produce a unit. If you ask the UMA members to tell you how much they are using, you'll also discover, much as they are saying the tariff is high, you'll also discover the energy they consume per unit is also high. Why? Because the energy is not managed by anybody. And you'll find that that specific energy consumption, you'll be amazed to find that it can vary different months, despite having the same plant, almost the same production, simply because there's no one monitoring, there's no one following up, and there's no one ensuring that it is used efficiently. So I want to encourage that energy management is lifted to a certain level where it becomes part and parcel of the organizations, and the law will help us get these guys in order. And of course, that will come along with some standards and regulations. I'm glad to report that UNBS actually has some standards in place to do with energy management in industry. Some of these standards will be promoted. I happen to chair the committee on energy management, the UNBS technical committee. And so some of those standards will, if they are put in place and gazetted and members adapt to them, it can also help them become a little bit better. So the enabling framework starts with a policy. The energy policy is being worked on. It goes to the laws. The law is being worked on. And then the regulations and the guidelines, which are very important. But in addition to that, there's much more support that is required in terms of capacity building to train the energy managers. The people that should manage energy within the industry setup should also be trained, and they become certified energy auditors like Jacob and myself, so that they can be qualified enough to do the work. So in 3 minutes, that's what I could say.
Thank you, James. Michael, out there and today we heard of awareness being a key challenge. And beyond awareness, if people get aware, these products are nowhere to be seen. Availability is also another key challenge. As one of the product supply companies, Equator Solar, and also doing services within the energy efficiency sector, how do you make your services, one, to reach these particular industries who could be aware but they are not seeing these products, but also how do you make these products affordable for these particular companies?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Michael Muyinga. I am an energy expert working with Equator Solar. Equator Solar does construction and it does EPC for captive power and battery backup solar systems. They do mostly for commercial and industrial clients. They carry out energy audits, energy assessments, and they also offer after-sales service. Maybe just to mention, Equator Solar is a member of UMA and also of Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. As my work here representing supply in the market, one thing that I think that you mentioned is to do with the awareness of energy efficiency. We recently carried out some assessments, but to convince even the people to some of these were free, 5 were able to get this free, so they paid nothing. But even to convince them that this is free, we're not trying to steal something, we're trying to help you. It is something that is still virgin, and it needs more of awareness. One of the activities we carried out was training of the staff. And so far we got a testimony actually from one of the factories. It was just, we left them with some record sheets just to note down for the firewood usage at the boiler, just to note down moisture content, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and we realized about after a month, they had used 30% less than the previous month. And this was just because now they're taking note. We realized there are some, of course, issues with the behavior that people who are loading these boilers, they carry they carry the wood that is nearest, which is wet and not dry, as opposed to getting the one that is dry. So I think some of these things, awareness, and they were not aware of that until maybe they started to put a record sheet and started to monitor some of these things. So I think there is a big gap when it comes to awareness, and this is something that we realize we cannot do on our own as a private sector, as a company. I cannot go from company to company just carrying out an awareness campaign. We thank development partners like GIZ who are supporting this. There were trainings there are various trainings that are carried out. I happened to be part of one that was in the north, and we were training people even in understanding the energy bill. People did not know what this means, whether this is the power used during the day, this is at night, why is this like this, and that sort of thing. So I think training is something that can go a long way, and we have seen this in helping. Another thing we have seen, we work with, in the renewable energy sector, we do for the solar different installations we have put up, we work with partner financing. So most times sometimes what we do for some of these captive power solutions that we have partners that actually finance the whole, they finance the setup, the construction of the system, and they take it up as their own, and these clients, they don't pay a shilling, they basically pay a tariff after that to these to the financing partners. So I think this is a model that has helped when it comes to affordability of these products, especially like for the solar products. We have seen that energy efficiency lacks that sort of funding and aid, because sometimes we did audits in factories like the tea sector, and that time they were just out of COVID, and it was not really, they were not doing well financially. So if you're trying to help them save energy is about the second highest expenditure they have in those factories. But and they're suffering already, they're trying to make it on the market out there in Mombasa, trying to sell tea, and then you're telling them you want to audit their energy. Sometimes it is hard to fathom, and it is until you offer a hand that maybe we will do it for free, we get people to fund this and they see these benefits.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Ntegi, I want you to wrap up this. You are a board member of the apex body, PSFU Uganda, and you always advocate for SME competitiveness. Now, specifically, you heard about the multiple benefits of energy efficiency. As an apex body, communicating directly with the different MDS in Uganda, what would be that critical advocacy area that you would want to do in order to unlock energy efficiency adoption in this country?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. As you mentioned already, PSFU is the apex body for private sector, so we look at it from a more global perspective than the sector perspective. But let me just take you back, just look at what we understand as energy. There is 3 phases I'd like just to use that today. There's generation, there's transport and storage, and usage. So when you're looking at efficiency, there is room and opportunity for efficiency in all those 3 stages. To go back to the cost of what it is when you have to pay for. When you're paying for umeme, you're paying a portion in all those 3 stages. But what is the market space like that in those 3 stages? I might hasten to be a little bit radical in this space. It's a monopoly space from a business perspective. So transport, in terms of how power is transported, there is a monopoly there. And storage, we've not really looked at storage, but storage is a space that, again, might create a slightly different. And this also now comes at solar. In the morning we talked about the battery conversation. That kind of changes the cycle a little bit. So when we're talking about efficiency, let's not just focus at the usage space, right? When you're looking at generation, there is mini grids. Why do I have to transport energy from one side of the country 200 miles on the other side when The sun is everywhere. Why can't I have a mini grid generating electricity for a small village somewhere? Then the equation changes. So yes, it's good to look at efficiency at the usage space, but let's open the conversation up a bit wider in terms of those three spaces. Maybe we can't do much for generation for now, but in other markets we've seen that space opened up a little bit. We've seen different companies playing at the generation space. We could have mini grids creating solar at the generation space. We could reduce the transport space in terms of how far do you transport this thing. And that will change the equation. That will change the complaints you have, why is it Umeme or whoever. If you have 4 or 5 different players, that will change the conversation on energy efficiency. It will also create a wider market, create more jobs, and at that point, then the SMEs have a voice. Because right now, in the markets we have, if I'm selling a product, I'm listening to the market, I'm looking at the market size and deciding what price I should sell that product after understanding my cost. That conversation is not going on at the energy side because I can operate with any inefficiencies and I'll still end up with a price point. Right now, you're telling a user point at the other end to be a little bit efficient on a price which is way higher. So I can put as many efficiencies as I can put on my usage. But if there's so much wastage in the value chain, then efficiency doesn't exist. So let's not just talk about efficiency in terms of usage and measuring. Let's talk about the entire value chain. And I think that's where now the APEX conversation comes in. We now start looking at all the different players and making that conversation come in. I hope I've kind of touched the point that kind of makes it a worthwhile conversation now to take up the chain.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antege. Thank you very much, my panelists. Let's have some views from our audience. Yes, from the plenary, I just need around 5 questions so that we give time for the next panel discussion. First 5, anybody to help me with the microphone? Any microphone? I could start with the lady and then I just continue to. We don't have one anywhere here? Okay, please. We've gotten one. We've gotten one. Yes, she is gotten one. So.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, everybody. When I listened in, was I supposed to stand up?
It's okay, feel free.
When I listened in, when you hear James, when you hear Uma, when you hear everybody, there are very good things happening at each one of them. UNBS, the standards, the ministry is working on policy. Now my question is, are we speaking to each other? How do we get the information that is at PSFU and link it to UMA, and then we also link in the policy? Because I think if we manage to solve that puzzle, maybe a few of these things would be sorted. I don't know who I am asking the question to, but my eyes are going to James.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, next we have.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Raymond Namsoso, and I'm a fresh graduate. My background is in water resources engineering. This goes to James on the topic of capacity building as one of the solutions. Yeah, I totally agree with you because before we go to implementing and replacing inefficient technologies, we have to first ensure efficient operation. I think Mr. Michael talked of that, that bit of wood content, moisture content in the wood and all that, which is actually cheaper to have efficient operation before we go to replacing of this old technology. So on the issue of capacity building, are there opportunities for us to use? Because I've been doing a program that is YEP, Youth in Energy Empowerment Program, being spearheaded by the CEO Innovators in Kenya. And this is the second cohort that I'm attending. And we are the pioneers from Uganda, because they started last year with Kenya, and then they brought in Uganda. And then, interestingly, the Kenyan team has already, we have 2 phases. The first phase is the online training, and the second phase is the hands-on training. So interestingly, the Kenyan team have all gotten placements for the hands-on training in industry. But then for us, up to now, we're still looking for those opportunities. So we'd like to know whether we have those opportunities in place for us, because we are a month late since we should have started doing the hands-on training. So we'd like to know whether there are opportunities for us. And I have some of my colleagues in the room as well. They can just raise their hands up.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a challenge for us, the Ugandan team. Where are the opportunities for us to be placed to have this hands-on training to ensure that the capacity is built within the youth to implement the operation before we go to the replacement of efficient technologies, which is quite expensive.
Beautiful, thank you. Right there. And they have some hands.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Natasha Patience from Heden Engineering. My question goes to Mr. Joseph from UMA. If they say energy inefficiency is one that brings up high power expenditures in industries, why doesn't UMA as an association implement these laws in industries before they register, like employ an energy efficient person, because those companies are available and the people trained to do so are available? And also, I was wondering if there are any bills, any acts that are trying to tackle the high cost of energy, because they say we are endowed with large sources, okay, renewable sources. So why is the energy costs, why are the energy costs so high in Uganda?
Next. So let me just take one round to save time, then they will answer. I'll come to your side also.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Thank you, the panelists and participants. My name's Hans Chaze from Cameron Uganda Limited. We do solar street lights and commercial solar systems. However, my question is directly to the entire panel. It's about the cost of energy. Why is it that what exactly makes Uganda's energy so expensive to the extent of up to 14 cents per unit? And yet the investor mobilizers keep on encouraging us to invest into industries such that we can even export to as much or as many as the market scope, to about maybe 450 population. Does this really, if we look at it, does it make up what exactly is on the ground? Do our markets actually, or products, are they competitive enough, even in our internal market there is, without even looking at the scope of 450 population? Now, what exactly makes Uganda's energy so expensive, yet we are rising high into its generation? That's where I think I need more light on.
Okay. Okay, James, I'll give you that. Yeah? Next, the last one.
Thank you, moderator and the panelists. My name is Joshua Bizimungu. I'm the Jinko representative for Uganda, Jinko, the solar panel manufacturer. And I happen to have worked with Joseph Charimpa to do energy assessments on around 50 SMEs. Just we closed it recently. So it was funded by GIZ and GBE. So we faced a few challenges with the beneficiaries, and most of them complain about the power they are using and how much they spend on power. But we found that some factories use second-hand motors. We don't know where they buy them from. And these motors have a low power factor, and you know what low power factor means to the bills. So to Michael, the Secretary for Energy Efficiency Association, how are you working along with UMA make sure that when these factories are setting up, are using energy efficient equipment? And also, could you possibly advocate for this maybe when you're having meetings with factories and industries to employ energy efficient guys other than having someone who just reads the bill and switching on and off the equipments without caring about how the machines are working? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the panelists. My name is Gabriel Lukoda. I'm head of electrical and instrumentation at JESA Factory. I've been on these conferences before, and still, I appreciate the efforts that have been done by the different stakeholders. But my two questions, one has just been asked by the previous gentleman, is the emphasis on the automation and instrumentation on the energy efficiency. How deep do you guys go in trying to emphasize the automation behind everything? Because it's one thing maybe providing maybe another energy source, maybe solar, but how efficient is the process? For example, if you go to a factory, do you look at the instrumentation? Is it measuring everything accurately? Are they using a closed loop system to get back? You know, we have a saying, we can't control what we can't measure. So how efficiently we control this is also going to, it's just my question on that. And then secondly is to Joseph maybe, of UMA. I just want to understand the role of UMEME in all this, because someone said it's maybe a monopoly, if I could quote it. So UMEME doesn't sensitize, it doesn't really do the sensitizing on its bill. Where I work, I really take up analysis of the bills every month, and it's very interesting when those numbers are being dissected. And I realized that I just got this information from the from the metering engineer on our side, who gave me some of the insights on what the different sections in that bill mean. So it gives a clearer picture of how we're actually producing. So things like the off-peak, peak, and shoulder. When I did all the analysis and we transferred our planning, we saved on that just by transferring some of the activities in the off-peak period. So something like that could save just behavioral changes. So UMEME's role in this, I think, also has to be highlighted. They just slap people with bills, but they don't really give maybe a free gift back to the community. Since they're a monopoly, they could give back and tell you, since we're the ones, the utility company, this is how we actually bill you. This is the reward from power factor, this is the reward from this is why you're charged this and that. So those are my two questions, and again, thank you very much.
Good. Okay, back to my panelists. I'll start with James. James, you have around 4 questions or 3, but I know in 1 minute you'll answer them so that we save time. One of it, are we speaking to each other on these issues, knowing that these issues affect us all? Or is it about ministry? Is it about UMA? Is it about PSFU? Is it about the demand and it's about the supply side? So then the second question again to you, James, the high costs. Why is it that our tariff is high? Please answer that also. And the rest I will come to Joseph. And also on capacity, the young people are saying they are being left out. How have you prepared to ensure that the youth programs on energy skilling and specifically energy efficiency is part of the agenda? And possibly Michael will also touch on that.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob, for these questions. Now, the first question they have asked me, I actually asked him the same question. In other words, the two are related. We note that we have a number of players in the energy efficiency subsector. And the question is, are we working together to find solutions? So you have people who are trained, the consultants like myself, a number of people here. We have got government, it's working on a law, but you may find that that law, me because I was there, I understand it, but some of you don't know it. And you may go to parliament to oppose it when you discover that it's working against you, the industries. Then we have the consumers. They're just waiting for the law. They have not even asked what does it say, what does it. They have not even called the ministry to come and explain. So that's why SNV, under their program, they are saying, can we have a platform where, as stakeholders in the energy efficiency sector, can come together and discuss some of these issues. So I strongly recommend that platform to be put in place, and it must have a champion. And the best champion would be the ministry. I want to commend this gentleman here, Dr. Isavie. Not to lead it, but I want to commend him for something. He has started the renewable energy platform, the National Renewable Energy Platform, purposely for people in that sector to meet together and take advantage of some of us with some knowledge. They invite us in their meetings, in their committees, to help them move the renewable energy sector forward. Platforms are very important. They help bring the stakeholders together and discuss issues. That's why you have the president has a number of platforms. You've heard of the CEOs Forum. It's a platform for CEOs to discuss, to exchange ideas, and learn from one another and solve problems. You've also heard of the Presidential Investors Roundtable. It's also a platform. The president meets these investors, discusses with them, and they come up with solutions. So we need it. We need a multi-sectoral platform to discuss energy efficiency issues. Why is the power high? Now, why you say the power is high, but I would ask you a question, especially people who drive. When you look at your electricity bill and your fuel bill, which one is higher? I pay 100,000 for my electricity bill, but 100,000 when I put it in my car, it disappears within a week. So when I go to Hoima, I have to put there half a million in my car to go to Hoima and do my business, to fill the tank. Now, we are complaining that the electricity cost is high, but how about the cost of other things? There has been inflation, prices have been going up. And in Uganda, do you know that Uganda's electricity sector is being looked at as one of the best models? Now, you might say Tanzania has a lower cost, but do you know the problems they're having? Do you know how much they have to incur to subsidize? Now, some countries are having low tariffs because they are subsidizing. You can subsidize one by the investments you put, but you can also subsidize, the price directly. So low tariffs that we see in other countries are a result of many other things. For example, there are some economies which subsidize their tariff because they know they have a lot of industry, they are going to tax them, they are going to get a lot of money from the tax from the industry and come and subsidize the power sector. Now, unfortunately, Uganda, we are not yet there. So we would rather start looking at one of the opportunities, and that is efficiency. There's one gadget outside there, the electric pressure cooker. I work for MEX, Modern Energy Cooking Services. It's a gadget that you can use to cook with electricity, but because it is very efficient, you pay less than what you're paying for charcoal and gas. It's efficiency. So look out for a pressure cooker. They're out there. So let's go efficient, because the battle of lowering the tariff is a more difficult one. We may not be able to win it. In terms of people who have trained, how many are you here?
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
How many are you here? So let's have a discussion. You need people to help you, and that's why you should not be hidden in your own. For example, you need to come to the ministry. They can help you, introduce you to some industries they work with. Deputy Rumas, I don't know whether he's around. So you need some people. There is Emma Rava. These are young people training. A letter from the ministry, when it writes to a company, at times the company listens. So you need to work to interface with some people. Hopefully they can help you. But also the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda is also doing some capacity training. So hopefully more people can be trained.
Okay, thank you, James. Very elaborate, and then almost most of them have been answered. The very last for you, Michael. which was on instrumentation. Please do answer. Then I'll give one last word for Mr. Ntege, and then we close.
Okay, yes, maybe just to pick up from where he had left regarding the trainings
Just very short,
in
30
energy.
seconds.
The association is currently, it has representatives in Chambogo, in Makere, in MUBS. We are trying to roll out student chapters, and if these people, I think, can reach out to these representatives, they can always refer to us, because the association is made of different professionals in this field, and we can always help assist in placement for them. Regarding the controls, whether we advise when we do these assessments, I think these assessments are always, like I mentioned, we always advise in these trainings, because like I said, we don't just do the audit, we also offer a training as part of the audit. But these are some of the things that are touched on, because like you could find factories have to get data, maybe how much water they're using at boilers, or maybe how much different things to do with like the devices in the factories. Sometimes it is hard to get this data, but one of the things we always tell them, it is hard to control what you do not monitor.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. What a nice way to end that particular part. Mr. Ntege, 30 seconds, and then I give Joseph also 30 seconds.
Great,
Any
thank
last
you.
word?
Thank you. Really on the question is, are we talking? Yes, PSFU with SNV Netherlands. We're actually on a project which is called the Inclusive Market for, I keep forgetting, energy efficiency in Uganda, and that is really a platform for the conversations, and I think the inception was in July. There's a gentleman sitting right next to you there, Mr. Chiseka. He will give you a bit more about that. So yes, there is conversation starting from the SME space all the way up, and that's an ongoing dialogue thanks to the collaboration with SNV. The second one was on the skilling and the internships. Again, Mr. Chiseka is not running it, but there's another project at PSFU really looking at exactly that in terms of skilling opportunities, and also on internships across, and that one we're working with one of our other partners. So yes, the opportunities are there, just find out about them. In fact, that actually works, and I'm sure you've seen a number of Umeme people with uniforms with the PSFU badge on them somewhere, because those were part of our skilling programs. So yes, PSFU is quite deep in that space. Thank
Okay, 30 minutes last for Joseph. 30 seconds, I mean.
The other question which asked, which was not answered, I think was on, one is that why is UMA not energy efficient? That's really an individual, each company has its own policy. So one company could be efficient, maybe another one is not. So as generally you cannot answer for all companies, but maybe our role as an association is to sensitize. Then the other one was on the cost, which he answered, but I also think that in such a forum next time, maybe we could also invite Energy Regulatory Authority to be present, because they are the people who can explain why the cost is the way it is, because they know the economics.
All right. Thank you very much, my panelists. That was a deep discussion. So 4 things came out. One, collaboration. We can never get a sustainable solution without collaboration. And already, Brian, you'll be nominated as a champion, and you're already a champion. Please continue to be a champion. Yes. Then the second part is beyond collaboration, capacity building is critical. As we go for capacity building, it's important that we put in the enabling frameworks. But as we put in those enabling frameworks, is it only a few who can read and interpret them? Then we need also to educate and enforce. In most cases, we leave the education part and we go for the enforcement. And finally, awareness. Thank you very much, and thank you for this particular session, and thank you, audience. Next, we will go for the minimum energy performance standards. We've eaten into their time. Engineer Dennis, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Engineer Dennis Ariho, the lead technical expert for the ESC on the Energy Efficient Lighting and Appliances Project, ELA, based at Yakuri. It is located in Makerere, Kampala. So I'm the chief convener for this IEE panel 2 on the minimum energy performance standards. And the focus is on the regional harmonization of minimum energy performance standards with Uganda focus. And then there will be a short presentation on the development of the ESC harmonized energy efficiency policy. The panelists, we have Ms. Winnie Onziru from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. You are welcome. Then also Mr. Arvin Araka from Center for Research in Energy and Energy Conservation. Arvin, you are welcome. And then also we have a representative from Electricity Regulatory Authority who is representing Mr. Harold Obiga. I've just forgotten the name. You are welcome. Okay. Yeah, the representative from Electricity Regulatory Authority is Ms. Lisbeth Ngabirano. You are welcome to the panel. Minimum energy performance standards are basically specifications that containing a number of performance requirements for an energy using device. So there is a maximum energy the equipment should not exceed in the consumption in performing a specific task. So there is a process of harmonization of standards at the ESC regional level, and this follows the principles and procedures for the development of the East African standards. At the Ugandan level, the Uganda National Bureau of Standards is responsible for the development and enforcement of standards. And they have the relevant technical committees for doing that work. The Energy Efficient Lighting and Appliances Project in Eastern and Southern Africa, ELA, funded by the Swedish government through the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, implemented by UNIDO in cooperation with East African Center of Excellence for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, YACRI, and SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, SACRI, supported the development of the ESC regional minimum energy performance standards for lighting. And these standards were adopted on the 1st of July 2022. And these are two standards, one for lamps and another one for luminaires. And of course, the East African Standards Committee is involved in developing other regional standards. And currently the process is ongoing for the regional standards for residential refrigerators and room air conditioners. Amidst all of this, we still have problems in Uganda. The Ugandan market is still flooded with inefficient and substandard energy products. And we find that most of the energy products do not have labels. So when you go in the market, you cannot differentiate what is an efficient product, what is an inefficient product. So UNBS, in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, in 2011, developed and adopted the minimum energy performance standards for lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, motors, among others. However, it looks like these standards were not implemented well. So the first question I have for Winnie from UNBS, why is the market still flooded with inefficient and substandard products, yet these standards were developed and adopted in 2011. We already have 11 years now. What could be the problem? Then also, what is UNBS doing to enforce the developed standards?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dennis. UNBS is doing quite a lot, but probably what we should acknowledge here is that UNBS does not work in isolation. We are not an island that works on its own. We work with stakeholders. So throwing this to our face alone will be very unfair. Yeah, because there are very many standards that we develop and are enforced by other bodies. Okay? So this should have been a joint venture with the Ministry of Energy. A few things have gone wrong here and there, but I'm sure we are still on track. Going backwards, we have had an issue with conformity assessment. I am sure everybody understands when I say that. Our labs have been issues and still are. There is no way you are going to find out whether or not somebody meets a standard if you cannot test against the standard. So that becomes a challenge. We have had a very big challenge. That should be the biggest, much as there are others, like the lean workforce that we've had. On that front, there has been a recruitment. I think the surveillance team has been tripled. That was there. We have about, we must be having over 60 now. We had much less then. And they've been, I think, two months old now in the institution. Then the imports inspection team has also been, I think, multiplied by 2. But the most important work that we have to do as a team or as a nation, the public. When the public is not empowered and anything comes, our market is a liberal one. Everybody goes and brings what they want. So for as long as the public is not empowered, the consumer is not told what they have to do, we are wasting time. We may be wasting a lot of time. That is what I think. But that does not mean that the institution is not doing anything. The institution has gone ahead to also open satellite offices. I am sure you've heard about, or a number of you now know that we have offices in Gulu, we have offices in Mbale and Mbarara, which is also going to help us to curb down on substandard products in those areas. Initially, we were in Kampala and having a blast. So when you go to Chikubo, Chiyembe Energy Center, and you've cleaned up there, you think, ooh, we are safe. But yes, we are going wider. And then the other thing, that the fact that energy efficient products are more expensive and the public is not financially empowered, and then they do not understand the benefits of the energy efficient against the less efficient products, they would naturally go for the cheaper, inefficient or inefficient products. So I think a lot of sensitization has to still be put in this sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Winnie. You have said that stakeholders, different stakeholders need to do their job. We should not leave it to UNBS to think they will develop and enforce standards. Other stakeholders should play a role. So the second question will be going to Electricity Regulatory Authority, Ms. Elizabeth Ngabirano. In Kenya, for example, our neighbor country, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority is regulating energy efficiency services and products holistically from the demand side to the supply side, everywhere. So they are controlling. So does electricity regulator have a mandate to regulate minimum energy performance standards or general standards for energy products and systems and processes? And what are the different activities and programs ERA is doing to improve the standards enforcement in Uganda?
I'm Lisbeth Komjuningabirano. I work with Electricity Regulatory Authority. In short, we normally refer to it as ERA. So what I can say is ERA has a broad mandate, so to say, but it is also different from some of the countries in the East African community especially. For example, in Kenya, you'll have energy and petroleum under the same regulatory body. In Uganda, the mandate of ERA is to regulate electricity. So it's also a product, it's a good, and it's also incorporated as a service. I know that's a long discussion, but yes, so ERA regulates the generation, the transmission, the distribution, the supply, sale, export of electricity in Uganda. Now, this is not to say that within this space of regulation, we do not have energy products. We have many, and they're incorporated within the different segments. What does ERA do? And I want to say that the activities which ERA does go straight to performance standards. I'll go through performance standards, and I think efficiency and performance standards, there is a thin line between those two aspects. So ERA issues licenses. That is one of the key activities they do. If you want to produce electricity in Uganda, especially it is above 0.5 megawatts, you must have a license. Now this license will have embedded in it the performance standards. Some of these standards also include compliance with the laws and regulations that are in place. We have key regulations and guidelines on standards. The key ones I'll highlight is the Primary Grid Code and the Quality of Service Code. Now, the Primary Grid Code expects any operator to comply with all the equipment that you use, installations and equipment that you use within your plant should comply with international standards. Now, it even enumerates the standards that you should comply with. It enumerates that you should comply with the UNBS standards, and in the absence of the UNBS standards, you can then go to IEEE or the British standards. So that is an expectation. But the other embedded component of performance and efficiency within these licenses, especially for generation, ERA will give you a 20-year license. So the minute you have a 20-year license, this is your business. The risk of efficiency has moved. It has moved from the consumers who are going to pay the price for the electricity that will be generated. If you use an inefficient equipment, if you're going to put up a plant that will die within 5 years, it means the risk is on to you. You'll have to pay you'll have to pay off the loans, because normally the financing will come with these projects. It means that you'll pay off these loans, whereas you have no product. So automatically, that risk is transferred to you, and that is what we have seen. The projects within the country will automatically have a minimum life cycle of 20 years, and at the end of 20 years, this project goes back to the consumer. What this means then is that the price automatically goes down. If it was 11 cents, it could come down to as low as 1 cent. We have a plant that is at 1 cent right now. So the efficiency is embedded in there. So I've highlighted the licenses. We set the price with all the licenses that are issued, and also develop these standards. As you operate, also you're required to conform to many of these standards. And standards, of course, can change according to the technological developments that come along the way. For example, 20 years back, we didn't expect the booming of solar. but it comes up, ERA will have to come up and set up the performance standards. Now, lastly, what I can highlight is on the supply side, the sale and supply of electricity. For the supply, we look at the distribution network and maybe sometimes the interconnection lines. Now, how we have this embedded is the technical requirements to connect all the equipments that are used. We work closely with UNBS. In addition to adopting the laws and the standards that have been put in place, we enforce by giving specific directives to our licensees. For example, if you're putting up a line, you have switch gears, you have conductors, all these materials that you're going to use must conform to the standards that are in place. And we enforce this. And also, if you're going to connect to these networks, Umeme will ask you to use equipment that is up to a certain standard. And there is a penalty that is embedded with using a substandard equipment. Because if it is substandard, it doesn't serve the purpose, then you cannot get a return on investment. You will not be paid back for this investment. Yeah, I might have used more than the minutes I had. Yeah, just a highlight.
So from what you have said, it looks like ERA is focusing a lot on the supply side and less on the demand side. And so it is bringing challenges. We have seen in other countries, the regulator has a bigger mandate. So possibly there needs to be something changed in the law to ensure that the ERA has a bigger mandate to cover also the demand side. Otherwise, that's why standards are being developed on the energy products, and then enforcement is becoming a challenge. I think we will again come back to that at a later stage. So I go to Mr. Arvin Araka from Center for Research in Energy Conservation, CRIC. Enforcement of standards, I believe it requires testing facilities. Without testing, if you can't measure, then you cannot regulate the products in the market. So Arvin, do we have testing facilities in Uganda for energy products and equipment? And then what should be done to improve the testing capacity for energy products and equipment in Uganda?
Thank you so much, Dennis. My name is Alvin Araka from CRIC. That's how we abbreviate it, based at Makerere. So just a brief about CRIC. We do training a lot on RE capacity, that is solar PV and bioenergy. We also have labs where we test RE products, that is solar PV and bioenergy as well. And we also do a lot of project implementation depending on the different partners that we are working with, as well as research on energy. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dennis, for the opportunity. Yeah, so the first question is on whether we have testing facilities in Uganda. And you are right to say that for us to enforce minimum energy performance standards, then we have to test. Yeah, we have testing facilities in Uganda. However, I'm sure this will not be a surprise. The capacity is still low. It is still low, just like also Winnie has mentioned when she was briefing us. And also, there are few, and also in terms of capacity, the capacity to test is low. At times, we ourselves at CRIC can get overwhelmed by the demand for testing products. And yet this is happening before enforcement or implementation, let's say, of the coming Energy and Conservation Act. So in terms of what should be done to increase this capacity and to create an enabling environment for enforcing the MEPs, basically I can summarize it into two. Testing is actually it's a cost, it's an expensive venture because of the equipment that are needed, and also in terms of personnel. So I believe the government, through the right agencies, actually I think already the testing labs that are there should be supported in terms of beefing up their labs with more advanced testing equipment. And another challenge in my time of working with PRIC that I've seen is when it comes to calibration. We know that this equipment with time have to be calibrated to keep them at the right state of operation and work. But again, because of the lack of the capacity to calibrate from within, you have to take them out, which can be costly. Yeah, and this was especially a challenge now, like for example, we're just from COVID. It was a big challenge to send equipment out and back. Yeah, so building capacity in terms of the labs and also in terms of personnel is key for this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So that means we need more testing facilities and also boosting the existing ones.
Yes.
I have a question for all of you, which you would answer in brief before we go to the audience. So, looking at the challenges we are facing on enforcement of standards, so what should be done to ensure the MEPS and energy labels are developed and enforced to prevent entry and manufacture of inefficient and low quality products? Winnie? It's okay. Mike.
Thank you. What should be done? One, there's a question that came in earlier. We should all be speaking to each other. That is where the whole thing starts from. No one person is an expert in this, and no one is going to succeed. They say if you want to go far, if you want to go quick, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go as a team. So if we are going to defeat this, we are going to have to go as a team. I'm normally amused, but I was in that state a few years back where I also thought these were UNBS standards. UNBS owns no standards. That is why CRIC is on our technical committees. The Ministry of Energy is on the committees. Every stakeholder is welcome on the committees. We just act as a secretariat. IRA is on the committees. We are a secretariat that organizes this work to bring out a required standard. Everybody should get on board and get interested in this sector, but also be objective about whatever it is that we have to do. I think ministry, I don't know, ministry is here, yes, I'm seeing ministry here in form of certain persons. I think ministry should, as representative of government, of course, should look at this sector as a driver of this economy. If this sector is ignored, starting with standards, I think we shall mark time until the cows go home. The personnel has to be trained. There should be a lot of objectivity in this work. Don't give something because this is my friend or my brother's nephew's cousin. Does that exist? Yeah. Yeah, there should be objectivity in this space if we are going to go far. The nepotism, the sectarianism, all those, if I fought with you about something and we come back on this table, please, let's forget about our fight. When we get out of the door, we will fight again. But when it comes to this sector, let us be objective. and do the right thing, because if we don't, the whole economy is affected.
Thank you, Winnie. Ms. Ngabirano.
Thank you, moderator. I'll start from where Winnie stopped. The coordination, and what I'll use are examples, because having this efficiency, the best way to do it is to have it run within a specific industry. As an industry, identify the stakeholders with whom you can work to achieve a certain objective. Now, I'll use the example of the electricity supply industry. There was a time when we had a big challenge with meters, and there had come up an uproar from the consumers and the customers on the quality of the meters. Now, UNBS is the custodian of these standards. ERA allows money for these meters and then sets the standards for the service by the different distributors. So what did the two organizations have to do? We came up, we had a memorandum of understanding signed to manage this animal called quality of meters. Because there's an uproar from, if you cannot measure, then the customers will even run away. It's a challenge for the sector, for the distributors, for the customers, for everyone. We had a memorandum of understanding signed, a law was passed to verify all meters before they get into the country. And even to they call it in-service of the meters on a 5-year basis. So, and then a new challenge came up, how fast these tests were being conducted. Now there was a new uproar. It was no longer about the quality, but availability of meters. There's a crisis. What did we do? We partnered again and acquired test benches to quicken the testing of these meters and have this problem of the quality and also expeditious applying of these meters to the different customers. And I want to say that problem is no longer there. So that is what I want to add on to what Winnie mentioned. We are sister organizations, same challenge. Efficiency must be attacked from different angles. Yeah, you cannot have it parallel in any way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ngabirano. Now we'll go to Mr. Araka.
Thank you once again, Dennis. I think two measures, rather two actions are key for this. Number one is enforcement, and then number two is awareness. But I know from most of us here in the room, we'll know that it is always a challenge to enforce something that people are not aware of. And I think there has to be a lot of effort put into letting people be aware as to why actually we need to enforce and put in place these MEPs. For example, I remember I was hearing Michael here talk about how they would go to audit, but then they have to train the staff of different, for example, manufacturing facilities that they are auditing. So I think awareness is sometimes not an easy venture because it takes time, but it plays a key role so that someone eventually understands the reason why they actually need to adopt efficient commodities. Then when it comes to enforcement, I think the carrot and stick approach is a good one, where yes, you will, let's say, penalize someone for not bringing in or implementing the right measure for energy efficiency. But then when they do the right thing, you reward them. I think I like the approach taken by ERA when it comes to power quality. When your power quality is low, you are penalized. When it is high, you are subsidized. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Araka. Still one question to win, then we'll go to the audience. It's on the institutional framework. Do you think the current institutional framework is favoring the development and enforcement of standards, or you think there is something government should do more to support UNBS to enforce minimum energy performance standards for energy products in Uganda?
Thank you very much, Dennis. When we were celebrating 30 years of the existence of UNBS, the president of this country made a statement about UNBS being the mother of the nation. What did he mean? He went ahead and explained, if UNBS is not well taken care of, then the children are going to eat poison and die. Because everybody in Uganda, ideally, should be at the mercy of UNBS, indirectly, or rather directly. If it's food and it's not good, you'll eat it and go directly. When it is the cables that are not okay, the house burns, directly you'll die. Your children in schools will burn and go, like we've seen, unfortunately, happening. I think government should prioritize UNBS and its mandate. They should look at us with a critical eye, probably at the same level or even a little higher than the Ministry of Health, which I think is primary to our lives, but also other development partners. Everyone of goodwill should interact with UNBS and find out what our gaps are and come in where they are able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. Thank you, panelists, for the nice presentations. Now it is the time for the audience to ask questions.
Thank you once again. My name is Joshua Bizimungu. I happen to have worked as a product development officer for one of the solar companies here, so I used to engage in testing of the products before we roll them out. I understand that we submit a sample to UNBS and CRIC, like maybe cables and the like, for testing. But once this sample is approved, the company goes ahead to sell things. What if this, I want to understand, how often do you double check these products? Because if I'm getting these things at a higher price from China, I may say it's costly. Since it's already approved, I can change the product so that I get a higher margin. I don't know if you get the question. Like, you only get one sample from these companies at the start before they bring in a product. So once you approve their product, they start bringing in more of the products with a deal that they have been approved. So I'm like, what if they change the product after some time? How often do you double check the product you approved after some time? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Ochola Dison. Yeah, and I'm a trainee in energy. My question goes to Winnie Abirano. She said, if you're a utility company generating power above 0.5 megawatts, you have to, of course, register and get a license for that. But then, according to, of course, the latest budget that I've read, but the Paris Development Models will be enforced. And you know that energy is at the middle of everything. Now, how is ERA really trying to enforce that? Because I studied at Bustema University, we have a solar plant, 4 megawatts. Now, that power has to first be sold to Umeme. I think there are only 2 utility companies in Uganda, that's Fenereko and Umeme. And my village is not so far from there. It's about, I think, 5 kilometers. We've been in darkness ever since I was born. Up to now, we're still in darkness. But business has to go on. People use candles. And there's a solar plant just next. There's even another one that's entering Toro Town. Just, I think, mile 6. Now, how is ERA trying to solve that? Is it trying to decentralize that? Is it trying to give utility personnel that have capability licenses and making sure that they meet standards, international standards of the equipment, so they can supply that and enforce development in villages? Yeah, and then the second question is about the card of stick, I think, policy for the who who mismanage the power, especially the industries. How efficient are these things being implemented? Because you know, a lower power factor won't affect the user only. It's going to affect the neighbors around. You're going to draw a lot of power, and at the end of the day, you're stressing the utility provider, and the people around may end up not getting power. They may get load sheds. So how effective is this policy?
Yes, that one.
Thank you. My name is Joan Nambi. My question goes to the both ladies there. What measures have you put for the people who are doing the installations? Because right now we have the communities. On the efficiency bit of it, someone will come to you and tell you this is a good thing, and actually it's not the best. So what measures do you have for the environment to prevent such, the death, all that?
Okay. We're going to have these two questions, and then we get answers from the panelists.
Thank you. I'm called Birunji Josephine from Jeba Engineering. Mine goes to UNBS and CREEP. As Jeba, we have an ISO certified laboratory where we do instrumentation and calibration. I would be interested in knowing how is UNBS opening up that space to the SMEs or private sector to partner in building capacity in that space to do with testing and calibration, because there is a gap, there is a challenge as you've highlighted. How do we come in as the private sector in that regard? Thank you.
Yeah, that one, and then we get responses from the panelists.
Thank you. My name is Joy. I work with National Water and Sewage Corporation. I'm an engineer. My question goes to those two ladies. I have normally moved in the field, but when we are talking about energy, the electricity, how it is, her question that she asked, it has killed many people, and because of their wiring, they normally connect legal. And I've raised most of the time with UIPE when we are with Umeme, but it has failed. At that very point, 6 people have died in that community, because I'm always in that community in my field work. So normally when I raise Umeme, they normally say they will go, but there is nothing is done, that they have tried to go and remove that legal connection there. Recently, even last week, a kid again died in that community. So it is Nirubaga behind Sojovalo. It is that place is for General Katumba Wamala. They used to stay there, those soldiers, but so far they shifted. So it is their relatives who are staying there. It is called Chisingiri Zone, Rubaga Road. So what are people going to do? Take note, it is serious. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Now we go to the panelists, and we begin with Winnie going to the other side.
Thank you very much. I'll start with Josh, and he has moved. You were here, so I was looking here. I'll start with you. When products leave their country of origin, have you heard of something called PVOC? The PVOC program? We have a program that tests the products from the country of origin. That's where it starts from. So a certificate of conformity is online, in an online manner wired to UNBS. So by the time your product arrives at the border or at any of the warehouses, UNBS is aware whether your products actually passed or did not. That's where it all starts from. Because NASA Road is not only in Kampala. There could be NASA Road anywhere. Because there have been experiences where what authentically comes from the company that is authorized to test says you have failed, and then you actually arrive at the border and issue a pass. You're captured at that point. But in the event that it is true that you actually passed and you are truthful enough to issue the same, you are allowed into the country. But we have a market surveillance team that I talked about earlier. There's a team that goes around surveilling the market and buying off samples, sometimes not by UNBS officers. Okay? We also have the imports inspection team. Even when you issue a certificate that says you passed, a sample is randomly picked from your consignment with regard to the standard. Many of you could have realized that it's not obvious that it's only one piece picked. If it's a roll of 100 meters of cable, it's not 1 meter cut off. A number of meters are going to be cut off because different sections could be having issues. You have seen on the market where there are cables that the ends are okay with the core. The middle part of the length is having a thread. And somebody is telling you that this is a 4 millimeter squared cable. So do not expect that they are going to get only 1 meter or 5 from your roll. So there are all those stages where you can be checked to ensure that you still meet the standard at the different levels. About Madam Nambi, yeah? Yes. That I think is more of an error issue because it's them who issue the certificates. But what we are still doing as UNBS in conjunction with ERA and other stakeholders is in the solar sector right now. It's hard to separate energy efficiency from renewable energies. Because if you look at the way a solar system is designed, if you are not efficient in the equipment you're using, your system, even in your house alone, will your roof is not enough for the panels you will need. So we are working on a code of practice for solar technicians because we realize a number of people in our country have lost interest or trust in the technology because the technicians are not doing a good job. Just last week I was troubleshooting for somebody who was saying their technician was the best, but then the system was failing. So I just told him, okay, let's go on site. So I get all the loads, we get the panel capacity required and the batteries, and we actually stop there. Because he had less than half of what he needed for his house designed by the best technician. So that's what we are doing in that area. As soon as that code is out, the technicians in particular are going to be sensitized and trained on what is expected of them. Then there is Madame Birungi. What we are doing is the way CRIC came on board, we have a lab recognition scheme. You can write or come and meet the ED, and it's worked on from there. We have labs that are recognized, not only in this sector, but across the board. Then there's Loy, I think it was Loy, about the illegal connections. UNBS may not be in the best position to do this, but I think ERA can carry on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie, and thank you for the questions. I'll just move to the subject to save time. On the licensing procedures for generation plants, the question was on how does ERA enforce the 0.5 megawatts plants that are established. So there is an elaborate procedure for licensing for different capacities of generation plants. Actually, under 0.5 megawatts, you can apply to ERA to just register a plant and supply to a few people. The idea of licensing is to protect the consumers. You do not want plants coming up and consumers paying an amount of money that they do not know. Because this sector, this product is highly complex. The investment that goes in, the methodology for setting the tariff that is paid. So ERA is set up as the technical people to determine the standards, to determine the price, and basically to protect consumers in terms of the quality of the product, the price that they are charged, and any other charges. So in terms of that licensing process, we can maybe have a bilateral, because it is a whole big process depending on the capacity. We even have the off-grid plants, because if it is a rural plant, what we have is a light-handed regulatory framework, so that it is less than what you look at Umeme serving so many customers in Kampala. The requirements for Umeme are different from someone who takes on the risk of supplying in a rural area where people have never seen electricity. So we drop down the requirement, but also set a baseline for the customers to be able to get what they deserve, really, a bare minimum. So with that, I also want to highlight that the utility companies we have in Uganda, close to 9, Umeme is just one of them, just that they have a bigger market share of the customers. But we have Wenreco in the West Nile, we have a company called Parkmex in Padel, Abim. We have in the western rural areas, we have UEDCL, we have Chegegwa, it's a cooperative society. So we have lots of utility companies that provide this service. It is a long discussion that really we cannot finalize from here. Now, it is illegal to generate electricity from a plant without a license. And you can be penalized or prosecuted. I'll leave that there. So if someone has a plant without a license, it is an offense. As for another day, Busitema thankfully has a license, so you're not non-compliant. We have issued a license for the Busitema University 4 megawatt solar project, and also in the process of approving the sale to the grid. You'll need a different license to sell to the grid. I do not want to go through the whole market. I think it's a bit complex and it could bore a number of people. I'll comment on the incentive mechanism. The penalties and the incentives are embedded within the framework that ERA enforces. So when we issue a license, when we set the price for electricity, it is embedded because you allowed money that you recover for the product that you're selling or the distribution. If you cannot hit the targets, then you cannot recover the money that you have put in. It is just embedded. So the more efficient you are, the more margin you get. The less efficient you are, you're likely to make losses. So it is embedded within the whole framework of standards, targets for maybe connections, targets for power factor. There are so many targets, and the more you hit the targets, the more benefit you get. So that is how the framework works. You can get that in the different, we have standardized agreements and licenses, and all that can be seen within that. I'll just also address the question on measures for installations. Here we're looking at CAMUFUs and electricity connections to our homes, the domestic consumers. We also have an elaborate procedure for who can install electricity, who can bring a connection to your home. You must have a permit issued by ERA, so basically certifying your ability to make this connection. Now, if you have someone in your house climbing poles and making connections without this permit, that is also an offense for both the person who's doing the connection and also the customer. So the responsibility is on both the customer and the people we call Kamyufus, who we have now codenamed power couples. So the people who have permits to make these installations have permits. Without a permit, that's an offense. And we have, the Electricity Act has been amended, and the penalties are so steep. If you're found making an installation without a permit, you can go to prison for 12 years. So there are very many sensitization drives going on. There are awareness drives to move towards this, to have certified wiremen undertaking this activity. Now, this also goes to safety. That's for Joy. These measures also go towards the safety measures to curb illegal connections. And if we can then, we first touch the connection and certification to connect. Then we go to ask consumers colluding with the Kamyufus to abstract energy illegally. Now, what we have done for that is to put very steep penalties. If you're found abstracting energy illegally, that is bypassing, the penalty is as high as 400 million or 12 years imprisonment. We had to go that route because there was a lot of collusion. There is this mindset and culture amongst the Ugandans that you can have energy for free, you can abstract this electricity for free. It is a safety hazard, it has an impact on the community, and so it had to bring in that very steep penalty, which we are enforcing. So maybe we can have the details from those customers in Rubaga, and we open up an investigation, and we'll be able to see the outcome. There could be the examples of what these safety hazards actually are for Uganda. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Arvin, you summarize. Time is not our friend.
Thank you so much. I kept hoping I would get more questions, but I kept hearing those two ladies. But he's okay. I think my question came from Josephine. Josephine, the first answer you got from Winnie is that you first need to be recognized by UNBS by going through their assessment and getting a recognition certificate. And if you do, since you're a calibrating lab, I think it would also help us, and I think with UNBS as well, in terms of creating more opportunities where we could calibrate from. So I think it would be wonderful, and we'd be happy to work with you once those steps are taken. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Arvin. We are to have a presentation on compliance framework for minimum energy performance standards, but because of time, we are not going to have it. But we have a workshop tomorrow, which is the ELA National Stakeholder Workshop here. It is the whole day. You are invited, and you will have details of the compliance framework and more details on the standards. Then also product registration systems. So you are very welcome tomorrow. The workshop is going to be here. Thank you very much, dear panelists, for the great work you have done. I believe the audience has learned a lot from you. Thank you very much.
Didn't we need to give those panelists another bigger round of applause? I also think it's only fair that we give a big round of applause to Jacob, who chaired the first panel, first session, and to Engineer Dennis Ariho. we're being joined by colleagues who are in the e-mobility breakout session. Some are already here. Once we have a few more of them, we can start right away. Thank you. Okay. I see someone who knows how to do these exercises. Huh? We need to help us. Stretch a little. Need to. You need to stand and stretch a little. Been seated for long. So how do we do the stretching? Is there enough space where you are? The people who have better experience than I am. They rate letter figure 8. Is it figure 8 or something? What do they do? Figure 8? Is that what they do? Let's do a little stretch the best way we can and get out of here. Lend us that experience, please. You come and stand here. Please. Come stand here and lend us that experience. Will help us. So we are writing figure 8 or something. Stretch those hands so that stretch them a little. That's enough? Thank you very much. Give him a big round of applause. The next panel is a plenary panel that will run us towards the close of this conference for today on e-mobility and energy efficiency. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for being around until now. And we'll make sure that we run this within a much shorter time than we have done with the previous activities that we've already gone through. But we're doing so well so far. We're doing fairly well so far. I'm going to invite Mr. Michael Kiza is the chief convener for this particular session, and he's here from UNDP. We're going to invite Mr. Elisa Ferron from Zembo. Pardon? Miss. Yes. Miss Elisa Ferron from Zembo to come and take a seat up here. We're going to invite Miss Elizabeth Mwerinde Kasede from Equity Bank. So come and join us up here. We're going to invite Mr. Anthony Werimaka from Mogo Loans. I did introduce myself at the beginning of the business this morning, that my day job, my actual job is at Tugende, but I'm not going to sit up there. So let me invite my boss, Mr. Michael Wilkerson, founder and CEO of Tugende, to also come and take up a seat here, and invite Jibril Omar from Ofgen to also come and sit up here. And after that, I should hand over to Mr. Kiza to run us through the next session, which will be discussing financing, energy efficiency, and electric mobility. Mr. Kiza.
Thank you so much, Charles. I think we have a change from Ofgen. We have Fusa. Is that correct? Fusa Karunji. Thank you. So a lot of questions were asked about financing in the morning, and this is what we are talking about. We wanted to have actually a longer conversation on this, but we're going to try to make it shorter. As we can see, the hall has become, can I say half empty or half full? I don't know. So Michael Kiza is my name, working at UNDP. I've been around the energy sector for a little longer, working in the Ministry of Energy for some time as well. I will not now go into the brief bios of all the parties, all my panelists, but yes, Michael, welcome. We were trying to exchange a lot of emails, and I saw your pictures on your website, and I'm happy to see you in 3 dimensions. Elizabeth, I've met her always a number of times. Fusa, yes, we spoke on phone, and Elisa, yes, we've been. Yeah, so financing has been the topic, and it's always the concern that all of us talk about financing as the main constraint to scaling up renewable energy technology, and now we are talking about the same story when it comes to electric mobility. And yes, one thing though, I mean, when it comes to financing, we have 2 issues: the availability of the fund itself from the bank, and also the cost of borrowing, which is normally these 2 factors really always affecting these technological shifts. Now, the rapid rollout of course, electric mobility, especially the batteries and the charging infrastructure, will require a lot of money. According to a recently released report, actually released last week, the 2022 World Energy Outlook, released last week, says that around US dollars 35 billion of investment will be required to support electric mobility, shift to electric mobility. To raise, we're talking just about to about 35% of the sales. The share of sales will need about $35 billion. But if you compare, and I want to agree with what Engineer Kalanzi mentioned in the morning, if you compare with the global wealth, is today estimated at 418 trillion. So we have money out there. And this you can see with the types of cars that we buy and drive on the road. The amount that we pay in the cars that we drive, I mean, in Uganda here, you see Lamborghini, you see Bugatti, you see all those names, they are there. So if we can afford to buy, why can we say that we don't have money to buy electric vehicles? Nissan Leaf is just about $83,000. So we have the money, but we are lacking the awareness, or we are lacking the motivation. Something is missing. Something is missing somewhere. So money is there. But of course, there are those that don't have that money. So what kind of innovative financial mechanism can we use? We are talking a lot here about financial aggregation. Companies like Zembo, they have already used this, aggregating the batteries. We have got companies like Tugende that is using aggregative model to support the border. So now we are asking, can you use that kind of thing to support access to electric, vehicle? Mogo is not here today, but they are using border loans, car loans, Ofgen has been doing quite a lot on in the area of access to solar. Can we use that for energy efficiency and electric mobility? Equity is a very interesting bank indeed that has supported a lot in the energy sector, and also they offer border loans. So I'm challenging my sister Elizabeth, can you give me loan for electric cars? So this is why I'm calling all of them here. So now I want us to be briefer than what we had scheduled, but maybe just quickly, can you share with us your brief experience, what models you have been using to support affordability of some of these technologies, energy technologies, transport technologies. Let me just go in a straight line, starting with my namesake, Michael.
Okay, thank you. So just briefly, Tugende Limited is an asset finance and technology company that has been incorporated since 2010 and around full-time since 2012. We've financed more than 70,000 clients across Uganda and Kenya, mostly motorcycles to help boda drivers own instead of rent. But over the years, we've diversified and actually added cars, trucks, matatus, boat engines for fishing, refrigerators for shops, and proud to say we've financed some electric motorcycles in partnership with Zembo.
Oh.
So we have quite a lot of experience in this. I'm just going to quickly disagree. There's not enough money. According to the IFC, there's a $330 billion gap in financing needed for small businesses to grow. So one of the challenges we have is matching that dormant capital elsewhere with opportunities here to create economic growth. Tugende only finances business use, so we're only financing people who use the asset to make money, and I think that's going to be a key conversation in the e-mobility space is what are the income generating uses and even energy efficiency, green assets of all kinds. How do you connect it to making money versus saving money? Because it can do both. There's a commuter opportunity here for people to reduce the costs they spend on fuel using electric cars, but that might be something for Equity Bank to finance, not Tugende, because we don't finance consumers. So that's just a starting point, but happy to add more. We have about 800 employees across Uganda and Kenya, and I think another just key factor to start the discussion, Tugende's clients are 80% outside of the Kampala metropolitan area. So as much as we start e-mobility in dense hubs, we also have to think about how do we take it to the last mile, how do tier 2, tier 3 towns in rural areas also get to benefit from the opportunities from e-vehicles and green assets. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Elizabeth, please, from Equity Bank.
Thank
What
you
is
so
Equity
much.
Bank doing?
Equity Bank, I won't tell the whole story because of time, but we are a group, a banking group in 7 countries, and in Uganda we have about 1.7 million customers, the majority of whom are micro and SME. So naturally, if you are involved in the micro sector, there's no way you can avoid the border business. And when it comes to motorbikes or mobility at that level, they are for different purposes. Some are for business, some are for consumption, some are daily transport, some are doing people's services, those borders at the village who are serving the different communities and institutions. So we do finance for mobility at asset finance level for both motorbikes and for cars and all forms of transport at different levels. So when it comes to energy efficiency, the truth is we have started the journey of understanding energy and efficiency. There have been challenges when we launched our EquiGreen products, and one of the things we noticed is that we also have to learn. As bankers, we are not necessarily specialists. So when I attended today's session, there was a lot of engineering and training and what's efficient, what's not efficient, but it's a very important learning for me. So imagine if that was cascaded across our branches, just so that at the point we start talking about an electronic bike, it's easy for the bankers to be part of the awareness, because the customers just know, I want a motorbike. I know there's a petrol station, so we need to do a lot of sensitization. And at some point, I didn't think we were part of the sensitization, but I think based on the conversations we've had today, and the lady earlier asked whether we are sharing information, I think we all are doing our bit. So I don't know what Tugende can tell me that can make my solutions a bit more efficient. Maybe we can partner. I know there's a conversation somewhere going on, but I think we can partner. Since I already have a product within Equity Bank to serve on mobility, we just have to tweak it consciously to drive the e-mobility or energy efficiency agenda. Then I might want to mention we need some guidance on standards as well.
Exactly.
We are financials, we don't look much into standards, but what document or what certificate do I need to ask for in order for us to sort of also participate in encouraging good standards, especially when it comes to energy efficient equipment, whether it's in mobility, whether it's in cooking or whatever. We have some issues there on managing quality. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. You remember the other day you put on your WhatsApp status some borders that you're flagging, then asked, why don't you support also electric? You kept quiet. But anyway, that's another conversation.
Next year.
Afusa, please.
Thank you. My name is Karunji, and I come to you from Ofgen Africa. Ofgen is a solar company / renewable energy company where we offer solutions majorly for industrial and commercial sectors. Ofgen is now in Uganda. It began in 2014. Initially in Kenya, it has stretched its wings now. Uganda, we are in Rwanda, we are in DRC, also in South Africa. So at Ofgen, majorly from the topic of energy efficiency, it's a topic also I'm excited to see where we can come in. But majorly we do project development, we run operations and monitoring. We also do financing, fully financing, partial financing, we can discuss. We can look on how we can bundle all that with energy efficiency. We also do engineering, procurement, and construction. That is our major tasks at every day at Ofgen. But it's broad. Energy efficiency is a very tricky conversation if you want to finance it. I mean, the banker has nothing to take away at the end of the day when we do not pay. But for my sector, if we agree to bundle it, that at the end of the day, we define the end goal as, let's say, give you a solar system, I can talk energy efficiency from a more secure place. But from all this panel, I'm excited to know what they're offering.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
I think the ministry, the energy ministry people are here. The bankers need some more information on some technical aspects with respect to energy efficiency. It's kind of not seen. There is kind of no collateral. When somebody fails to pay for a solar panel, you can go and pluck it off and go. But what about energy efficiency? This is the question they are raising. Engineer Kalanzi. Well, yes, Elisa from Zembo.
Hello. So at Zembo, we assemble and sell electric motorcycles to border drivers, essentially. We operate a network of 27 stations that are hybrid, solar, and grid, depending on the location and the need. So our extensive knowledge of the border sector, which is still pretty informal, helps us to develop a financial model that allows people who earn less than $10 or 40,000 shillings a day to drive an electric vehicle. So how can these, I wouldn't say bottom of the pyramid, but how can these low-income drivers afford electric motorcycles? So we do asset financing, like Tugende. Driver can pay his or her motorcycle over 2 years, but not only do they pay the motorcycle over 2 years, they also pay their battery per kilometer consumption. So it's a pay-go model on the battery side of it. Zembo remains the owner of the battery, so this brings the asset costs down and makes the motorcycle as affordable as a fuel motorcycle. So challenges we face today, of course, financing for R&D, because electric vehicles is a very new industry here in Uganda, and we do have to develop our product properly, but we don't always have the funds to do that. And there are a lot of different blockers. I mean, there's a lack of incentives from governments, so that's where we're at right now. I think we're going to discuss challenges in your next question.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. I think we'll have another forum to that. I will follow up with maybe I come back to, again, you said you don't have the answers to this question, but I will ask it again. How do you see yourself using the experience that you've gained over the years in financing solar PV system and other renewable energy technologies to finance energy efficiency?
Thank you, Mr. David.
Michael.
So sorry, Michael. Maybe let me talk about the financing models we have at Ofgen. We have lease agreements. We can use lease. We also have PPA agreements. The challenge in Uganda currently, as Era highlighted, we don't agree PPAs. So what we work with here in Uganda is normally lease. We also do for you EPC if you pay it yourself. So what do our experience with that? That one of the, if we define very well, the importance of energy efficiency, you will see all players will want to take part. One of the major importance I've seen is to have a more stable price of energy. Because today the government loses a lot of money in transferring this power. I asked a question earlier. There is about 500 megawatt lost every, I think is it per year, but the last statistic, we lost that. So, but if I've produced, I expect to have the cost of what I produced, so I'll overcharge to make sure this power is paid by someone or somewhere. So if we have truly defined that we want to have very good costs, but also the good costs the government offers are not the best. They're still higher than, let's say, the cost of solar compared to the energy cost today in Uganda, referring to the shoulder price. So with our experience, we would still point all players, especially industrial players, commercial players. The real solution here, have a renewable energy type of energy somewhere, which we all know is solar. Energy efficiency is beautiful, but what's the end goal? Yeah, I know I want it all, but the end goal is make sure you have at least cheaper power, you have more reliable power and more affordable. Our topic has the word sustainable growth. Sustainability goes hand in hand with at least affordability. So the best way I can advise, let's have the energy efficiency projects run, but let's also define the goal. That our goal is at least at the end of this project, install a 1 megawatt power. This is going to help you cut over 40% of your energy bills. Now there I have given you a permanent solution that bundles up the energy cost and also energy efficiency. So that is how I would address it. Other than, because the biggest problem of energy efficiency, we all know here, it's policy. These other things are, I call it political. The problem is policy. Energy efficiency will work best if the person on top defines it and puts the penalty for it. For me as a business person, I will need security. She needs security to give you. But if the government says, if we have given you this energy audit that defines the energy efficiency, at the end of 2 years, if you've not implemented 1, 2, 3, that gives me, the person who does you the audit, a more secure place that after 2 years or 1 year from today, we'll be discussing solar. So I am in business and you two are in business. That is what the experience I would share with that sector of energy efficiency.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Coming back to you, Michael, I forgot your numbers. How many motorcycles do you have in Uganda?
We've financed more than 60,000, but
60,000.
most of them are in the hands of their new owners now.
Exactly. So now, what is your vision for a shift to electric mobility? Will we have 60,000 e-mobility, e-bikes financed by Tugende in the next 5, 10 years?
10 years for sure. I think Elisa can answer this as well. It's going to take some time to see thousands of bikes, of motorcycles, of cars. I mean, again, we finance refrigerators for shops. We'd like to see, solar-powered refrigerators and freezers get more market penetration. But I think especially with all of the European influence at this event and in general on e-mobility, we have to talk about what is different here. This is not Holland, this is not Belgium. There's approximately 10% of Ugandan households that own at least one motorcycle, according to the National Household Surveys. So that means roughly 800,000 to 1 million motorcycles are in circulation, and according to the URA, 100,000 are being imported every year. So where are all of those motorcycles going? They're going to people who are mostly using them to make money. Those people who are using them to make money don't care about CO2 emissions.
Exactly.
They don't. So the only way to get deep penetration of e-mobility, and I think of energy efficient assets and opportunities in a business setting is to have a business case. So Zembo has a very strong proposition that the costs of running an electric motorcycle are lower because you don't have to do oil change, there's less maintenance, there's less moving parts, and guess what? When the price of petrol doubles, you're not affected by that. So there's a business case there, but we have to get that business case to be nationwide, we have to get it beyond bodabodas, and we have to address the fact that what people care about is providing for their family, making more money, putting their kids in school and paying their bills, and they don't care what Holland is doing, or they don't care about the Geneva Convention on CO2 emissions, they care about taking care of their family. And what worries me, and I don't know if anybody from the KCCA is here, is the idea of technocratic solutions that do not address economic reality. I saw a quotation from the KCCA that they're going to close down the city with only 15,000 bodabodas. And my question is, okay, what are you going to do with the 230,000 people you've just put out of work? There's no way to penetrate electric mobility without a business case. And I think we have to be very conscious of how do you use that to make life better every day for the people who actually use it. I think there's a great opportunity to reduce non-CO2 emissions and make the city cleaner in Kampala. But I also think that, as one of the speakers in an earlier panel mentioned, in a rural setting, your healthcare is delivered by motorcycle to the village, and your patients are delivered to the health center by motorcycle. So I really want to make sure that when we have these nice conversations, I don't know how many people in this room actually ride bodabodas, but we don't forget about what the actual users, the actual people paying school fees, taking care of their families from a mobility job, how do they see this? How do you spin it for them? And if they can save more money, make more money, fantastic, but we need to make sure that's, taking care of everybody and not having a really nice technocratic solution like architects' drawings of cable cars in Kampala. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Let me first go back to Elisa before coming back to Elizabeth. Elisa, you own the batteries. You give the bodabodas the batteries. How are you using digital technologies to ensure security of your system so that people don't steal your batteries, and what role is digital technology playing in this to de-risk your business?
So, in terms of motorcycles, I think if GPSs didn't exist, Zembo wouldn't exist either, because we're never sure your client who pays on credit is actually going to pay. So the asset has to be secured, and of course GPS is maybe like the main component of the motorcycle if we're talking about securing the assets. In terms of batteries, we now have batteries that have a smart BMS system, so a smart battery monitoring system that allows us to do preventive maintenance. And this is another way that we smoothen out our operations. So there are many ways in which digital solutions help Zembo evolve, and I mean we do our battery distribution. We have a dashboard. We have so much data that we process. That's why Zembo exists today.
Very good, thank you, Elizabeth. Equity Bank. A lot that you have done in the energy sector. What can other commercial banks learn? What lesson do you have that you can share with other commercial banks to encourage them to, to finance, to support access to clean energy, and in this case also electric mobility and energy efficiency? What role can the banks really play in this field? Thank you.
In Equity Bank, it's really more about sustainability. So we cannot put a blind eye on what's happening. Climate change is real. So all the business plans that we rely on as a bank, when you've funded projects, can all fly out of the window due to one climate disaster. Some of them are, near us here, Mbale, Kasese, wherever. So any role that we can play as one of the major stakeholders in people's lives because there is the adage that a person has three important people in their lives. They have the lawyer, they have the doctor, and of recent they've added the banker. I don't know who's the fourth. But the one who's your banker could be the shopkeeper across the road, as long as they support you in some way of funding or other. Even if they provide you some goods on credit, technically they are your banker, because when you don't have money, you talk to them. So to the extent that we can play a part in creating awareness, because the banks or financial institutions actually interact a lot with people. So we have a big role to play in not only capacity building, helping people to understand. It's not so much sustainability relying on energy efficiency or renewable energy as such, but in things to do with being efficient about life, even the way you spend your money. Right now, there's a general scarcity of resources. So how do you use the limited resources that are available with the changes that are happening globally? Food is becoming more expensive, and the more climate disasters happen, you find that there's even more shortage. So if you find like some countries, just to give an example, if Pakistan is one of the global suppliers of rice, and there are floods over there, what happens to the rice supply? So how does that impact the rice consumer near you? So we have to keep engaging, and right now, with the way we are communicating, content is everything. Content in the financial sector, content in the renewable in the energy sector, content in telco, content in marketing. So we have decided deliberately and intentionally to include these sustainability issues within our content to the extent that we are able to. And we are willing to partner with all the funders or people who will provide de-risking. For example, what we are hearing from Zembo, whatever information we can get, if we can also learn from them, because I picked up something very important from what Michael said. How do I convince a client that, yes, I have launched this new solution, I'm going to support you to become more energy efficient, or change from your usual cooking techniques, use a more efficient or a better sigiri which doesn't use charcoal. For example, we went to see a school and we're trying to convince them to stop using wood fuel, and they were saying, but prove to me that that gas or biomass is going to be cheaper for me. So now how do I prove it? So that's when I need some technical knowledge from, what was his name? Michael Muyingo. When he was talking about going to a company and telling them, when you use wet wood, there's moisture constant, it's going to affect you like this is how you're going to lose money. So at the point that I'm releasing the loan, I need to explain to them that, by the way, you're using 2 truckloads of firewood every term, yet you could actually use 1 sort of cubic meters or something of gas. So we have to be able to translate it up to that level. So I don't think we are ready or there yet, though we are willing. So that's why I'm saying we have partnered like with UGEFA to give us some green financing education, but I think there's more we need to learn as we put champions across our branches. But what would the other banks learn from us? I think let's join the party, everybody. It's not a one bank issue or one, it's a general community issue, and we need to also join, even the schools, even the health centers, everybody, because it affects all of us. So that's how I would address it.
Thank you. I like the last word, join the party. Other banks, are we here? We invited quite a number of banks. I'm not sure whether others are in. Good, thank you. So 1, 2, 3 things that you can recommend, all of you. What are the 1, 2, 3 things that we can recommend for scaling up investment in electric mobility and energy efficiency? Elisa.
So Zembo does give incentives to boda drivers to switch to electric, but we don't have incentives from the government to actually grow and scale up. So if we had to ask for three things, I would say adapted electricity tariffs, because right now we're paying the same tariff as any other Yaka user, and this is not adaptable to scale for Zembo. Zembo can't charge its batteries at the same price as an individual user of electricity. A second thing we would like to ask for, so reduced import taxes, because if we want to scale up and transition, we do have to import some bikes in the country, and we're still paying 18% of VAT upon entry in Uganda. So reduced import taxes. And the third thing we would like to ask for is, so right now we're paying VAT on HP upfront. So when we sell a bike, we have to pay the entire VAT, although we recover the funds over 2 years of the credit payment of the owner. So this is also killing Zembo's cash flow, and isn't beneficial to Zembo's scaling up. So if we were to get these three policies on board, I can give you some numbers of how quickly we can scale. We would save, the country would save 2 billion liters of fuel per year, and that's 10.6% of the country's import in 2027. We would double the number of e-motorcycles by 2027, so that would be half of Kampala's fleet of motorcycles. Michael said that there are 230,000 boda drivers in Kampala, so if you do half of that, that's quite a considerable number. We would avoid up to 560 tons of CO2 per year, and we would create up to 20,000 jobs by 2027. So, in other words, we have to bring our ideas to actions and incentivize the e-mobility sector in Uganda.
Thank you. Afosa.
Thank you, Michael. What would we recommend for us as Ofgen? What works for us and the people we have interacted with? One and the biggest and the longest is policy. If our policy makers understood energy as a basic need, not as a political rally point that I'll bring energy in your village, I think that would be more sensible when you tell me that, okay, should we believe that because really the major consumer here is not a home. The major consumer is a factory. So if you set policies that favored them, even including all the era, all that conversation, if we set policies that not only benefited one side but both, it would be very beneficial. On the side of energy efficiency, we could make them mandatory for every factory, or every company, that you make it a must before you install a system, you must have an energy efficiency report to know what the installers, the project developers are working with. That would be very beneficial. Even those financing will be more, they'll be more encouraged. One and the other thing I learned during this sector was, as individuals, we need to change in behavior. Energy efficiency and all its results come from how we behave. One person can know that if I used wet wood below 20% moisture content, I would save almost half of what I consume. But there is another adamant person in that factory who doesn't care. I can't carry a load that is further, that is wet. I'd rather carry what is near and that is wet. So it's also on a personal basis. Even as managers, directors, you teach, I think most of results will come out very fast. Actually, if we trained these behavioral changes, we make them so personal than make them global, If you do it yourself, if you train your people. I did a project last year, and results were very fast when behavioral changes were just monitored. You're like, okay, I'm giving you a moisture measuring meter. I'm giving you a book just right for me here, what you're consuming. With the training we did offer, you could see results very instant. So the biggest way to work with energy efficiency, switch off your lights when you're not using them. Switch off the fans, close the fridge if you're at home. So I think that also works for both homes and industries. my last and one that has been proven more efficient, I would recommend solar systems for heavy energy consumers, even homes, even commercial buildings. So we all know that the shoulder price, as I speak right now, I think it went up by 10%. It was 9.788, that's approximately 10%. The price of energy goes high. And if you got something from us, solar, fully financed for you, or agreed on some rate, I think that would work for every player in the sector. That's what I would recommend.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
We're talking about scaling. It's like preaching every Sunday. They say the same thing, but we are still there. So awareness, 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 and awareness.
Thank you.
And then information. Let's share as much as possible. Collaboration. Those with the different parts or components of this goal should share information. So we will try and attend as many of these so that we can share and learn more. And funding for the donors or those global companies that have access to cheaper funds. We know there is a lot of green money or climate change funds out there, but we're not very sure how to access it. And it's supposed to make life easier. It's supposed to make it easier for us as the local financial institutions to participate. And where possible, de-risk, we would welcome this. Thank you.
Thank you. Tugende.
Okay, I think what I would like to recommend is leadership. The consultant Roland from Holland was talking about how do you gradually get adoption of e-mobility, and he mentioned fleet adoption. Who has the biggest vehicle fleet in this country? The government, right? And they're driving V8s, even though most of them don't leave Kampala except on the weekend. So I think there's a huge opportunity for government to actually lead by example, even if it starts with hybrid cars, but let's get electric SUVs, even if it's electric, bulletproof, whatever, convoys. That's fine. Let's show some leadership by example because it's highly visible and it will also kind of have a prestige factor. I'd also like to see leadership on the tax front. It should have a lower import duty for an electric car or an electric motorcycle or an electric fridge. Whether it's locally assembled or not, we should incentivize these 10-year-old cars coming from Japan to at least be electric. I think, again, most people who own vehicles drive less than 100 kilometers a day, which is well within the charge radius of 5-year-old, 10-year-old electric vehicles. So I think leadership on the tax front would allow people who are brave, who are leaders themselves, who are early adopters, to start showing this. If anybody's been in Nairobi recently, there's a lot more hybrid electric cars on the road, not fully electric, but it's a starting point, and at least it helps with reducing pollution in the city. Absolutely. And then, I'm sorry, the last recommendation is capital. There's not enough capital to finance this. You hear Equity Bank, one of the fastest growing banks in Uganda, saying they need help accessing green financing facilities. There's simply not enough capital on the ground, and some of the capital on the ground is being borrowed domestically by the government. So we'd like to avoid that crowding out so that there's more supply to reach entrepreneurs creating jobs, taking care of their families, and help them afford to actually buy more power. Efficiency is great, but Uganda has an oversupply of power, and we actually want people to have enough money to consume more of it. It's coming from clean sources. Let's let people use more electricity, not less. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, to you, the audience, you have some questions, but before you ask your question, I may ask, what are you doing? What do you intend to do to support scaling up access or adoption of electric mobility? Then you can ask your question. Have I caught you off guard? You can ask your question.
Yeah, thanks very much. I will answer that one later on. But to our dear panelists, especially the financials, Equity Bank, I realize that you dwelt more on energy efficiency, and we've had two key areas, one of electric mobility and then energy efficiency. And I believe that they are tangible assets. You think maybe energy efficiency, there are no physical assets, and therefore it is a risk, but there are physical assets within the e-mobility. So what financing options could we have to drive the shift or the transition towards the e-mobility in terms of asset acquisition? And then for the other players within the sector, Zembo has largely given a recommendation, which are more or less financial incentives, which could perhaps cause a fiscal burden. I would want to know from your side, what are some of the non-monetary, non-financial incentives that you think are critical in supporting the e-mobility companies from the private sector perspective? Thank you.
I saw another hand. I think I will take only two more. Is there no lady asking a question from the audience? I'm seeing all the ladies have gone away home. Yes.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Hans Chaze, Cameron Uganda Limited. And to answer your question, actually, there are two areas that are still impeding me from doing the kind of investment into e-mobility. My manufacturers are putting up an assembling line for motorcycles, electric motorcycles, that would even be so competitive at the end user to have them at about maybe 5 or 6 million shillings, brand new. But there are two areas: the initial financing and also the completion of the infrastructure for the e-mobility, which is not coming out so clearly in this room. And this is the one to do with the recharging areas of these batteries, whereby a motorcyclist would easily come with an empty battery and be able to leave behind a used up battery and pick a fully charged battery to continue up, even if it is a vehicle. I was in Taipei, and what the vehicles would do is the petrol stations in Africa today. But in Taipei, what would happen, a used up battery in a vehicle would just go to what would be a petrol station, get off the used battery, and take a fully charged battery. Within moments, you continue with your journey. But that is not coming up clearly in this room, and it is part of the value chain for e-mobility.
Thank you, thank you. I think that is what Zembo is already doing. Gloria, you are there? Yeah. I'd wanted at least a voice of a lady. There, the lady in pink there.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, panelists. My question is on financing, and I think for me it's the most important thing. I know there's a lot that has been talked about in terms of the financing instruments, but it's good we have equity, and I think equity is walking that talk. There's a lot that is going on. But in the design of these financing instruments, I think what is important is to look at the users, the customers, the end use of the technology. If we are talking about borders, many of them buying e-bikes, what is the cost of a diesel bike compared to the e-bike? And in terms of the cost, where would this money come from? Because some of them have saving schemes. Okay, we're talking about the technology is expensive, but many of them are getting loans to buy borders. So if they are able to understand that, okay, the running cost of a boda in terms of fuel, if I'm not able to bear that anymore, then I better go for an e-bike. I get a loan at once and that's it. So I think we need to make the information very simple so that people understand, they understand the cost. The cost analysis should be done, the information should be shared, but it should have some figures so that it's easy for them to make informed decisions, to be honest, because if a boda doesn't have to spend, maybe swapping a battery is say 10,000 and before they're using 30,000 for fuel, they will definitely make that decision. So I think we need to package this very well to ensure that the information is out to ensure informed decision making.
Thank you. Gloria, as you still have the microphone, can you briefly, in 1 minute, mention something about climate finance, which Elizabeth asked a little bit, because she's an expert in that area.
Yeah, and on climate finance, I think, like you mentioned, the climate finance is available actually. There's a lot. The Green Climate Fund has a private sector facility where they provide even grants up to say 5-10 million for the private sector. We are currently coming up with a proposal with the European Investment Bank, and actually we want to talk with commercial financing institutions and the private sector on how we can deliver private finance for renewable energy, for energy efficiency. So I think it's about how to design the concepts realistically, because most of the climate finance that is coming in now is in form of concessional finance. There is limited grants. As UNDP, we always tell ourselves, we cannot access the grants. The donors are grappling. There's a crisis everywhere. The Ukraine, COVID, there's limited funding coming in, but there's a lot of private finance coming in. So we need to have this kind of blended finance. How do we de-risk? I think you've talked about a lot of de-risking. How do we combine the grants to de-risk investment by the private sector? So in climate finance, I think the vertical funds, the Global Environment Facility, the GCF, there are lots of opportunities that are there. So I think it's a matter of having this information and then designing these instruments to ensure that they are relevant. The NDC now, it has also been talked about, the NDC is a global commitment. Uganda signed up. We recently submitted our NDC. So it gives us a very good framework for us to tap into climate finance. And in the NDC, e-mobility is one of those targets, electric bikes, if you read it, you see those targets of sustainable transport. So we have a strong framework that we can use to access climate finance.
Thank you. Thank you. I will stop there. And very quickly, most of those were comments. If you choose to answer any question, you want to react, Elizabeth?
I think his was a question.
Yeah, there was one.
He was asking about the products that are available for the physical assets. We have provided some financing for electric bikes for those who have the customers who come in already with the understanding. But you can't compare in terms of percentages with those who are using your regular fuel. But the points that have been raised about making it easy to understand, and again I go back to the point of content. So we have to figure out a way of bundling our products. So if you're talking about a bike and we're driving the e-mobility, we have to indeed get this information and find out why is one more expensive than the other. Or, for example, the solar movement has done a lot over the years, because at times people were afraid and were saying it's so expensive, to set up a solar system at your home. But then in the long run, they know it would be cheaper. So, but that awareness and that conversation had to keep on happening. So, to take the point that has been raised, and also to his point, we are willing and we do have the solutions. As long as the item or the asset that is being purchased is of value, it will be funded. And my assumption is the electric bike, the electric car, they are of value. They are resellable, and they can actually be used in terms of financing. And the electric bike can do the same work as the other bike. They can also create business. So I think nothing stops us. But maybe other assets that I was talking about in terms of energy efficiency, There are better systems for maybe schools, for hospitals, for other institutions where we have suppliers who have been vetted, who can help those companies that we work with who are willing to change their systems to become more efficient. We are willing to look at that, and there are some incentives in terms of the rates. UGEFA has given us a grant of about 33%, sort of a way of subsidizing the cost in terms of collateral for those who want to convert to a more efficient or greener or better energy use. So those are available, but it's not necessarily something that's out there. They just come, and because they are aware. So what I'm talking about scaling is we need to participate in rolling this out, a push product, not a pull.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, my panelists. I think we are going to stop there because of the time. A round of applause to them. But I don't want to leave the podium before answering some little question that Fusa asked. That with the renewable, it is easy to see the assets, but with energy efficiency, it's not entirely true, because when you change these lamps, these are physical assets. When you change motors in the industries, those are physical assets that you can see. So they are tangible, they are visible. Thank you.
Maybe he asked about the infrastructure. I don't know if we answered it. The battery support.
No, he was asking whether the swapping, I think I quickly answered.
Just to, I'd like to clarify a few things. Zembo does battery swapping, so a driver does come to a station and is able to swap within a minute or two, just the same way this driver would go to a fuel station and get oil in their or fuel in their bike. The other thing I'd like to clarify is that electric bikes are not always more expensive than fuel bikes. So if a driver goes to Tugende or to Zembo, actually the motorcycle is going to cost the same. So it's not about having crazy asset costs for electric motorcycles either. So
good.
Yeah, although they do need a push, especially for the transition. Yeah, it would help to finance partly their motorcycles.
Very good. One final word that I ask you, what can you individually do? I have a suggestion. You want to write this down. I've been observing marriage introductions, and people are now giving gifts, trendy gifts, cars, what? Why don't you give to your father-in-law electric pressure cooker, only 500,000? And if we have 10 marriages, 100 marriages in the next 2 weeks, we have 100 electric pressure cookers. Energy efficiency improved. You can buy your father-in-law electric motorcycle. So we have the money there. Let's put it in the right place. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Michael Kiza. Let's give another big round of applause to the panelists. And last but not least, let's give another big round of applause to ourselves. One question, Michael asked a lot of questions. There's another question. Who are we talking to? Who are the users? Who are the people we're targeting? So if you're talking about motorcycles, the conversation needs to go to them as well, to the people who are riding, to understand where exactly we're coming from. And like we said at the beginning, and Michael talked about it, at Tugende we have a lot of experience working with motorcycle riders. But we also work with drivers of cars, doing the transport business, mobility sector. We're also dealing with other people who are on the lake and elsewhere. Those spaces need to be reached and talked to understand where we're coming from and where we want to go. I think for the rest of us, if we're driving now by law, we're driving cars imported into the country in 2009, 2010, pardon, 2008. Those are still allowed, huh? No. I think 2009, 2010, those are our new cars. That's what we drive as new cars. We need to be able to bring the conversation to reality. And then the other question is, it must make sense to the user. Where we sit is you're helping people who are ignored by the banking system to get them into the financial sector. How do you get that group of people to understand that they've not only been abandoned, I mean, they're the majority, but we're not discussing with them to understand what the challenges are. When there is a mix of inability, I'm hesitant to call it poverty, that inability to bring that conversation and bring everybody to speed can be a bit challenging. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm happy the room is now again fuller than it was, meaning a majority of us have stayed up to now. I would like to thank you so much for having been a good audience. These conversations must continue. The ministry, the partners at UNDP, GIZ, and all that are involved, SNV. Let me now invite Mr. Engineer Simon T. Kalanzi, Commissioner for Energy Efficiency and Conservation, to help us wrap this up. It means I am done for the day. My job is done. So, Engineer Kalanzi, come and help us. We do the undertakings and the way forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Well, I know we're meant to have undertakings, but I propose the undertakings are going to be refined and shared on our platforms because there have been many. They need to be refined and have a good thing for us to share. I believe all of us are leaving our links behind. This is Energy and Minerals Week. It is taking a whole week, so there are going to be many undertakings across the conferences. So we are going to organize and then share them. We are very happy to be honored that we have been having Mwangusha. It has very many platforms, so those undertakings will be reaching you. But something I wanted to say before I go into concluding. People seem to think energy is cheap. I want to give practical examples. Energy, to have it at your home, is not cheap. Currently, Uganda is building Karuma at $1.7 billion. It's a 600 megawatt plant. This money has to be paid back by taxpayers. The next one is $567 million. That is December. Let's stop taking energy as a free service. It's not a free service. It doesn't come at a cheap cost. Once we take it as a free service, we tend to misuse it and use it inefficiently. The very reason we are coming here to say, let's use energy efficiently. Let us adopt the energy efficient practices. One of them is e-mobility, and it is available for us. So, why would one find airtime not expensive and data, but is finding a unit of electricity to charge his bike expensive? I leave that to you. Now, our energy efficiency and the electric mobility conference has been good. Yes, government has been here, and we have listened to you. You are saying that you'd like to know more of our roles across government, its agencies, and institutions. Yes, we've been here. Here we have been having the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. It's going to be here for a whole week. We are going to be listening to you. We have the Science and Technology Innovation Center at the Presidency Office. She's listening to you, and the colleagues are still here. They are still here throughout this week. They are going to be taking your concerns. And please avail them your concerns for consideration. We have our asset industry we are developing at KMC. KMC is here. They can still take our views such that they do better. The Uganda National Bureau of Standards is here with us. and they're going to be here with us throughout the week. So please, they are ready to take your concerns, and you're ready to improve as government in general. The External Regulatory Authority is here. They want you to have an affordable tariff. The last tariff they issued out, they were reducing, which is a good thing. And they're going to have a better tariff as Karuma comes on, because it comes on at a cheaper generation tariff. I was happy that the private sector has been involved as well. They are hearing your calls. So I've been having the various finance institutions here, Equity Bank. It came out clearly. Mwangucha today has clarified to me that Tugende is a financial institution. So please go to Tugende, not pick a border, but other financial packages that I can help you with. Yes, development of energy efficiency and e-mobility agenda in the country. We do hear you that we need incentives for you as our customers. Yes, we are going to look at those incentives that can foster the electric mobility uptake, especially in e-charging and infrastructure. Having suitable tariffs. No one wants to break down the market, but sustain the market. We shall try as much as possible to adopt the results-based market approach to ensure that we don't cripple the economy. I heard from industries, I even hear from the president, they go to the president, want 5 US cents. They want 5 US cents. At the same time, they're asking for other incentives as well. Now, the challenge I would put to them, should we give those incentives based on the tax collections they're giving us back and the employment, the number of jobs they're giving us back and the quality jobs? This is what we should be looking at. How do you give us better taxes going to URA and the quality jobs where one can take easy child to good school, right? So what does that mean? We can work on other things that can make this industry produce better. Let them adopt energy management systems within their own industrial spaces and take it at a very higher level in decision making within the top management of these industries. Yes, we have heard you on issues of awareness. This is now across board. The financial institutions are saying the awareness is low for e-mobility and energy efficiency. The users are saying the same, as well as the providers of the services. So this we are going to address through government itself, mainstream government, and our development partners. We have also had the issue of harmonization of standards across board. We shall do so. We thank Yakuri, is doing a very good job in harmonization of standards across the East African community. And we hope as they harmonize across the East African community, they are in liaison with SADC and the rest of the African Union, such that our standards across board are adoptable and we are efficient across board and we are adoptable. The products that KMC produces should be adoptable across Africa and possibly Europe. Focus on technology developments across board, yes. I expect the electric boarders manufactured in Uganda and electric vehicles manufactured at KMC to be at the same level of standard, even much better than those manufactured by VW in Wolfsburg in Germany. So that's the level of competitiveness we would like to have. I discourage statements that I heard from, was it Borderwork, which say that we should now stop others bringing in bikes. I've not heard the Federal Republic of Germany stopping Range Rovers going to Germany. or stopping Bentleys in Germany or Rolls-Royce. They have only been competitive across the board. So I encourage us to be competitive across the board, be efficient manufacturing across the board, all the elements that make the vehicle competitive, the bike competitive. Let's be efficient across the board, across all those, such that we can be competitive and have a competitive market we can serve. That's what I would encourage. Yes, we are calling upon investment opportunities across the board. And as government, we are going to do our best to ensure that the opportunities that you ask for, that we can afford, we shall do provide those. For example, affordable tariffs, which we would normally do, and we shall keep listening to that. But as I said earlier, give us the quality jobs as well. Give us the tangible tax back. Let's ensure that the transformation we are looking forward to socially transforms our people and also economically. That's what we want to be seeing. As I conclude, I also had something to do with leadership. As the energy sector, by coming to you in this week, we want to hear ideas to improve our leadership as a sector. And hopefully you give us more ideas for us to be in a position to improve across the board. We very much want to have policies that are customer-centered and our customers. So the more we talk to you, the more we improve, and leadership will be much, much better. I want to thank the panelists that have been here for the Energy Efficiency and Electric Mobility Conference. I would like to thank my government staff. I'm overwhelmed by the performance you've put in today. It's been good. Thank you very much. I would like to also thank the sponsors, SNV, UNDP, GIZ, and our partners we've had today, UMA, and the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda, and those that have not mentioned. I also want to thank Mwangusha. I think a round of applause for him. Thank you very much to have made the energy efficiency and electric mobility worthwhile and attendance. And I also want to thank all the participants today. To have been very good participants. I'd also ask you to give yourselves a round of applause. I also want to say that Musenero said, we can delegate our thinking. So, and I'm hoping that we take that back with us. It looks simple, but if you sit down and think about it deeply, it's quite huge. Don't delegate your thinking. When you delegate your thinking, you start thinking that somebody else has the responsibility to make you do better. For me to do better, I have to have an incentive. So you are delegating the thinking. As an example, so let's ensure that we don't delegate our thinking. Then, as the last one, I wish you all good luck, and I hope to see you next year. We'll have the same kind of conference, and I also call upon you to attend our Power Forum tomorrow, and also our Renewable Energy Conference from Thursday through Saturday. With those few remarks, the Energy Efficiency and E-Mobility Conference is closed for God and my country.